Howdy, howdy. How's everybody doing tonight? Where's my mouse? It's over here. Alright, let's go ahead and clicky click in there. I can see what I'm doing. How's it going, folks? Roland, Mr. Square Peg, getting in there first. There is to Square. There's Bulldozer. I think I see Goblin Welder there, too. How you gents doing tonight? I hope everybody is having a fantastic evening. I've tried a few new things tonight. A couple of new things here and there. You may or may not notice. It may not be a big deal. Rearranged my camera positions, just trying to optimize a wee little bit. Rearrange a few things on my desk before we get going, as I enjoy my coffee. I do have a question of the day up today. It's one that, it's one whose answer to me honestly seems to be, it depends on the game. But with that in mind, I'd love to hear any experiences you guys have had with proprietary dice in games, positive or negative. I can think of a couple of positive experiences. Though, at the same time, I have so many dice and I like collecting them anyway that they've never really bothered me all that much. There are also definitely examples of games that don't really need them. I'm glad to hear that to Square. Roland has no idea what he's doing. Oh my god! Oh my god! Spent the entire weekend playing Pokemon. Which Pokemon? Which Pokemon did you spend the entire weekend playing? That seems relevant. They're not all exactly the same. What am I saying? They're all exactly the same. They're all exactly the same game. Literally with different color palette on top of them in some cases. Worked well for X-Wing. Yeah, in fact, I would say, far from just breaking it down game by game, I think that Fantasy Flight Games has probably done the best integrations of proprietary dice into their games. I agree that X-Wing was a particularly good use of proprietary dice, and I know I keep saying it. Guys, but Rune Wars, the miniatures game, it had the best dice. I love the way that its dice worked. I love the way that they worked with the unit profiles, so you could easily tell precisely, like, just based on the number and the color of dice, just glancing at a little graphic that was like red, red, blue, or red, blue, blue, or red, blue, or red, red, or white, red. Ooh, you could tell roughly how that unit was going to perform, just at a glance, because certain dice did certain things better than others based on how their faces were divided. And then Fantasy Flight Games took their magnificent fantasy game Rune Wars and sacrificed it on the altar of Star Wars to make Star Wars Legion, and then I guess decided they didn't want to make miniature games at all and got all their shit given over from Asmodee took it and gave it over to Atomic Mass Games, and now I don't fucking know. I don't pay attention to what Atomic Mass does. But you know, while it existed, it was fantastic. Balls. Is that so, Project Dark Fox? I have a copy of Sword and Sorcery, and I don't like the special dice that come with it. So what about them don't you like, Punishment? I'm curious, like, do they seem unnecessary? Are they hard to read? Because I think that's the biggest thing that comes up when we're talking about proprietary dice, is a lot of the times they're not necessary or particularly useful. They don't do anything that a D6 or a D8 couldn't do. They have proprietary dice for Mantic's Dead Zone, but they're only for one specific task, and that's rolling your what are they called? Commands at the beginning of the turn. And then you keep them on the face that they rolled, and you spend them like tokens. I kind of like those ones. S&S? I'm not sure. I couldn't say Amishtig. Punishment was just saying Sword and Sorcery. Good to see you, Data Nerd. Amishtig, welcome in. Really like how Car Wars 6th Edition does its proprietary dice. Got color coding like Rune Wars and proprietary sides like X-Wing. Now, Rune Wars also had the proprietary sides. It was the same ultimately, and I think that's the strength of how FFG did it, was the language across their dice was kind of the same between games. You would always have like strike, critical, surge, miss, maybe one additional type. I think that Rune Wars added in a morale result as well. It was a little swirly symbol. Have to look up the special symbols each time. I'd be happy with just numbers, to be fair, but maybe if I give more of a chance, it wouldn't be bad, but currently not a fan. It's definitely important to keep the dice easy to read and sensible. And again, that's what I liked about Rune Wars, is the symbols were the same across everything. The unit cards, the unit dials, the dice themselves, the upgrade cards, everything was exactly the same. So you just got kind of used to reading the language. And they very notably didn't have more than, like, they'd have like 4 symbols. Hang on, how many did it actually have? There was hit, crit, morale, surge, and mortal hit. So there were 5 symbols. But the mortal wound only appeared on the white die, so you didn't really have to worry about that. And it was a skull with a slash through it. And then it was divided up on the different dice. There were red and blue dice, and the red dice were much more likely to roll hits, and the blue dice were much more likely to roll surges. So you could kind of, you had a unit, and you very specifically wanted to roll surges to use its special abilities, where you might try to push some more blue dice onto it, And you could choose which color of die you added to your attack if you flanked somebody. So, that was pretty nice. Because if you're just looking to do damage, add in a red die. If you're looking to get surges, add in a blue die. You can never choose white. White were only rolled by heroes or special abilities that gave you a white die. Automat Americana, welcome in. I hope so too, Sumitha. I always hope so. I hope everyone is doing well today. Shit in the world is still crazy. I don't think we're ever going back to a point when it's not. But for the moment, we still have our little plastic men and our paint, and isn't that what really matters? I propose so. Yeah, it means the symbols are too obscure. It has to be. There's a Goldilocks zone of communication when it comes to symbols in games. And one of the things that I'm struggling with right now, honestly, as far as I like Conquest. Conquest is a great game. I'm really enjoying it, but it's definitely like a game from previous generation. And I wish that more people had taken more cues from games like Rune Wars and publishers like Fantasy Flight Games. Because, like, when it comes to special unit abilities, oh man, there are so many to remember, and it's honestly such a pain in the ass. It's enough of a pain in the ass that when I'm building lists for Conquest specifically, I opt for more units with simpler abilities. And while it's like, well, you could give them all of these abilities and layer them on top, I'm like, nope, I'm just taking more units. I'm going to spend those points on more bodies, because I don't want to remember that shit. And, Rune Wars did a great job with that, because it had basically a handful of special abilities. You had like 10, 15 special abilities to start with that were all pretty self-explanatory, sensible, and were universal. Different factions didn't have different versions of what was essentially the same ability, and there were almost no, like, an ability would have, they do the number, the numeral after it, instead of having, like, granular different versions of the same ability. Which, admittedly, Conquest does the same thing, but it has too many. It has too many that do things that are too granular and fine. And particularly in a game that is decided as quickly as games like Conquest, like a lot of little abilities, I don't want to have to remember all that shit. I want to have 1 or 2 abilities that my force is built around, and those are the ones I want to have to remember. And the problem with having all those is then you have to remember your opponents too, and it's like, no, I don't know. I'm not gonna pass. So I build simple armies with lots of cavalry, and y'all can remember the keywords, that's fine. What's UPS doing to you, Roland? They're kind of bastards. I just had a fun experience with FedEx myself. Hey, warrior of the land of penis. How you doing today, man? Welcome in, my friends. Good to see you. 21 months at tier 3, you absolute fucking legend. I hope you're having a good day today, man. The best proprietary system was one where you can intuit what faces mean just by looking. Exactly. And that's always why I bring up Rune Wars, because like a hit is a little explosion. A critical hit is like a double explosion. A surge is a little lightning bolt. Morale is like a little swirly line. Mortal hit is like a skull with a strike through it. You're like, you could guess what that shit means. FedEx doesn't get along with anyone. FedEx is like a garbage service. The order from Steel Warrior Studios is either missing in action or killed in action, and they refuse to tell you which. They just don't want to admit it. Autofire, how you doing? Welcome in. We get a quick shout out for Autofire, pretty please. Oh, amazing, amazing mods of mine. Yeah, I had these, the guys I'm painting tonight actually were arriving via FedEx, and they sent them to me, and they went to another state and then stayed there for, and okay, going to another state is not unexpected. They go to distribution centers, but it stayed in that state for like a week, past the point where it's supposed to be delivered, and then it made its way to my state into the local distribution center, and then it stayed there for another week and a half before they sent it to my house, which was only 20 minutes away. And by that point, it was 2 weeks after the estimated delivery date, which is just not, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. I'll ping him for you, Roland. He gets real busy with orders. He's backed up to April right now, and considering a major expansion, he's got a lot going on. I try to be understanding. No, okay, that's where my palette belongs. I had a moment there where I was like, wait, is that where the palette's supposed to be? So we're going to be trying a palette cam tonight, something that I haven't had before, because I'm going to be doing oil painting. I've been doing oil painting, but I think the palette's kind of interesting to watch while oil painting's going on, since there is so much mixing and blending. I'm going to try to keep my colors fairly simple tonight. I'm really trying to move in a particular artistic direction right now, specifically using fewer paints, using less paint, painting faster, painting more casually, and sort of rolling with the punches a little bit more. So we're gonna try to do this whole model in one stream. We're gonna try it, and by try it, you know, we're just gonna fucking do it. If it's not totally done by the end of it, I'm just gonna call it quits anyway. That's my thinking, because guys, I need to paint more figures. I need to get to a point, and I think I'm almost there, where I'm comfortable enough painting with oils that I can just knock them the hell out. And a huge thank you to everybody who's been sticking with me for the last few months, because it's been me really just like learning to get past it's getting over the initial learning curve. It's taken some time, but I think we're just about there. Cookie Mama, welcome in. Yeah, this is, I don't, like, drink Death Wish coffee or anything, White Wolf. I have several Death Wish coffee mugs. I think they were gifted to me by my father-in-law one Christmas. He got us some Death Wish coffee and a couple of mugs. And while I drink very different coffee at this point, I love these mugs. They are so comfortable, and they're perfectly sized. And hello to you also, White Wolf. Between last night and this morning, I painted 4 minis with oils. Oils are fun. Yeah, and that's the thing, Punishment, is the more I'm just, like, in my spare time watching James Wapple's videos, too, and he's just, like, you know, using a few simple ideas. Let me just knock out a mini in an hour. And it looks really good. It definitely looks more than good enough for, like, high tabletop quality. I'm like, that's where I want to be. That's where I want to be. I have a goal of, in the next, I'm going to say few months, I want to get to a point where I can start a stream and, like, knock out 2 decent-sized figures to a quality that I'm happy with and be like, we did 2 models tonight. I want to get there. I'm not there yet, but I want to get there. Oh, we're going to do more acrylics. We're going to do more acrylics, Roland. We're going to be, I'm taking some time very specifically to do some Rainy River Designs acrylics. I'm not doing it tonight because right now I'm just on a roll, and I don't want to interrupt myself when I'm doing something good. But if I can bring this set of models to a logical conclusion, and I want to try doing some oils on hard surface stuff, we're gonna dial it back to some acrylic stuff. And because what I want to do is I want to find a halfway point where we can start a model with acrylics and finish it with oils and get it done just like, I'm talking in like half an hour to an hour. Using oils for like just washes, weathering, final blends, stuff like that. Really, really simple stuff. Ah, cha-cha-cha. Time stop. Welcome in. It's good to see you. Trying to actually get minis to paint, including my own sculpts. That's always a good feeling, Automat, is when you manage to sculpt a mini, print it, and then paint it. It's an amazing feeling. The plan is for Tuesday, and it's gonna come up towards the end of the stream when I do my little What's Up Next review, but I want to do one of my Battle Masters in oil on Tuesday. And similarly, I want to start at the beginning of the stream, and I mean, just start with it primed at the beginning and finish it off by the end of the night. I'm limiting my times. So that if it's not perfect by the end of the stream, I'm done anyway. I put it down, I walk away from it. I have very much been in a learning phase over the last few months, and while we continue learning, I'm at a point now where I'm comfortable enough with the tools that I want to produce for a little while and get better at finishing. Alright. Has anyone had any experiences with proprietary dice in games that have been, like, truly horrible? What's the worst experience you've had with them? I haven't had any that are totally insufferable, but I know that some people really hate them, and I'm kind of curious what soured people on them so badly. Again, they're not always necessary, they're very rarely well done. But I'd love to know some that were truly bad. Alright, let's get started. That's working. Excellent. So yeah, the printer is going tonight, but you're only going to see it on our other screens for the most part. When we're on the painting screen, you're going to be seeing the palette cam. Just D6, really? Not even like D8s, D10s? I've played plenty of systems that use D8s and D10s. That is a reference image that I am using. I'm not going to get exactly that, but I'm using that image as reference for a dappled gray coat that I'm going to shoot for. Yes, that's the Thunder Horse. Thunder Horse. God damn, that song is great. For being as stupid as it is, fundamentally. Come on. Come on, mic stand. Go where I want you to go. Why are you so loose? Stop it. Stop being like that. So I believe this one is a Spanish dappled gray, Data Nerd. I looked at a lot of Arabian and Spanish horses, and I'm pretty sure this reference image I'm using is of a Spanish. Not that it particularly matters. I have a number of reference images. Oh, I did want to show you guys, I'm not going to do this one immediately, but this is going to be in the next few months. I'm going to be doing a statue paint on Red from Transistor. This sculpt, this thing printed so nicely. I printed Red all as one piece. In retrospect, I should have done it as multiples, because removing the supports from this thing was a fucking nightmare. It's a lovely print, though. Really, really well detailed. And this is going to be a fun one to play with some really, really dramatic colors. Only a few things that are missing that I'm going to go ahead and do some green stuff to correct before I paint it, which is she does wear a ring on her left hand, and then she is supposed to have the inverted triangle on the back of her jacket. This isn't really her jacket. This is the jacket of the character called Unknown in the game, who she takes the jacket from. And he has a big, the same yellow triangle on the back of his jacket that she has here on the front of her dress. So I'm going to go ahead and add that in before we do the paint on it. And she rests against this big fucking solid resin motorcycle that I wound up printing out. This thing is ridiculous. And she goes on there, and there's a little base that she goes with. And this is reminiscent of, or rather inspired by, a specific piece of art that came with the release of the game. The print came out really nice. And I'm going to have fun with this. I think what we're going to do is kind of a double feature. We'll do a stream where I play through Transistor, because it's not a very long game, and it is beautiful. It is a gorgeous and incredibly well-crafted game. And of course she comes with the titular Transistor, which is her weapon through the game. But yeah, we'll go ahead and play through it so that anybody who hasn't played it knows what the hell it is. If you've played Hades, you'll recognize elements of it, because Supergiant Games are the guys. They made Hades, they made Pyre, they made Transistor, and they made Bastion. They're one of the few game studios out there that are still making what I consider art as video games. And Transistor very, very much is. Where did I get that figure? This is from a Patreon. I want to say that the creator is Hell Creator. I want to say, I really should have a link up, but I'm not painting this today, so I didn't think to put up a link, but I'm pretty sure the Patreon is Hell Creator, with a 3 instead of an E in Hell. And I didn't actually like a lot of the other stuff that he was doing. Like, none of his other statues really interested me, so I just paid for 1 month, I got this mini, and I got the fuck out. But there's a lot of pretty cool... See, I wouldn't say convoluted Bahamut, because I feel like the storyline is actually really straightforward. What it is highly interpretive. Because by the end of the storyline of Transistor, you can fairly wave your hands in the air and say that none of it actually happened. Like, it's very conceptual. And it's all very, very vague. But the core emotional story is all pretty straightforward and clear. It's interesting. Like I said, it's very, very interpretive. You can bring a lot of your own opinion to what the game is talking about and what its point is. And it's like I said, it's a very, very artfully made game. But yeah, I'm looking forward to painting this. It is a lovely print. A little thin in some spots, like, holy crap, her coat here is super duper thin. I could have gone for that being a little bit thicker, but I managed to get it separated without breaking anything, so I can't complain too much. And also, I probably would have done this somewhat hollowed out and in single pieces if I were doing it again, but for some reason I printed this bike solid and one piece. It's a lot of resin. Whatever. It looks good. Move this out of my way here. We'll play the game, and then as we're painting the model, we'll also listen to the soundtrack. It'll be great. Because Bastion and Transistor both have fantastic soundtracks. Okay. Got my white spirits. I've been using odorless terpenoids as my solvent for oil paints, but I ordered myself some lavender spike oil that I'm going to be trying in the near future. Alright, so let me choose my paints to start with. I've got my Indigo and Van Dyke Brown, I think are going to be my two primary pre-glazes. Along with some Ivory Black for tinting purposes. I'm going to have Titanium White out, because I always do. I'm going for minimal colors on this one. Not minimal colors, but minimal paints, and trying to work those into an interesting blend of colors. So I'm going to have some yellow ochre. have some alizarin crimson. I don't know if I'm going to use it, but I'm going to have it out. I gotta get some proper cadmium red. I've got cadmium red hue here. Red hue, I'm discovering, is actually pretty weak. I need to get some proper, like, Gamblin cadmium red, but for the moment, I'll have this. Mostly for blending purposes. Let's see. I'm gonna want some Terra Rosa. I'm going to pull out my French Ultramarine. And some Burnt Umber to try to mix up something like my own Payne's Gray. But I'm going to stop it there, and we're going to see what we can do with these colors to start with. Desert Owl, thank you so much for the subscription. And thank you so much for the welcome back. 3 months! Very, very nice indeed. By the way, Warwolf, I saw your message a minute ago. Sorry about that. Welcome to the stream. I'm glad you're able to catch us too. 0010, welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Put out a little indigo. I have not used indigo yet, but I've heard that it is a good pre-glazing stain. So we're going to be using some of that. Their main pre-glaze is going to be Van Dyke Brown. I'm going to put that over here. Oh, grab a little Ivory Black. Not a very strong black, but good for tinting. If I tried out the Mars Black, Bahamut, I have used it a time or two. On a few things. It's definitely good for mixing up dark, warm colors. Let's get a little bit of Terra Rosa over here. We need to have some titanium white out one way or the other. No rhyme nor reason to where I'm putting things. I'm just putting them around in places that I'll probably remember. A little yellow ochre. Ooh, I know a color that I want, that I almost forgot. It's becoming one of my favorites. That's Naples Yellow. Again, this one from Winton is Naples Yellow Hue. I'm going to use it up before I go to a proper Naples Yellow, but for the most part, it does a good job. Never clicked on this category. Well, welcome. Welcome to the art category, where we attempt to do an art from time to time. Alright, let's have a look at my brushes here. And I'm going to be using as few brushes as possible tonight. A couple decent ones for glazing. Something for detail here. Grab myself out a couple of flats. Where is... Nope, I don't want that one. I don't want that one at all. Grab myself at least one sable for fine detail work, and I think I'm going to go with one of these ones that I'm not really liking for acrylics so much, from Artis Opus, and see if they do any better with oils. Take my size 1. That'll be safe for detailing. Very bad at art and your creativity sucks. No, 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 0. Art is just practice. It's literally, it's just practice. Being bad at, like, that's the thing. Everybody's bad at art until you start doing it, until you take an interest in it and you start trying. So I wouldn't put myself down or put yourself down as bad at art. Maybe unpracticed. But, you know, with enough practice, with a little bit of effort, anybody can learn. We're going to be thinning down our indigo quite a lot to start with. Ooh, that indigo is deep, isn't it? I have not used this before, but I've heard it's an excellent color. Specifically for pre-glazing. And I think I'm going to grab just a touch of ivory black to work in there, because this is really just going to be a tint to the colors that go on top, ideally. So there's that, and let me grab a little bit of my Van Dyke Brown and do similarly. A couple drops of white spirits. Thin this out quite a lot. Touch of ivory black. And these are going to be my two main glazing colors. And the only real difference here for the pre-glaze, because ideally your pre-glaze is just going to be tinting the paint you put on top. So this is just sort of like I've got cool and warm. And I'm going to try to vary these across the surface. Just to give myself a little bit of interest. You can always paint right over top of something. Which one, Zero? Is the model resin? This model that I'm painting right now, that I'm going to be painting, is styrene plastic. From the 100 Kingdoms faction in, for the Parabellum War Games tabletop game, Conquest, The Last Argument of Kings. I really do want this quite thin. So let's add a little bit more here. There we go. Okay, let's get started. And thank you very much for the reminder. Carefrota Fresca. When is that coming back, by the way? You like the palette camera? Do let me know if the palette camera seems worthwhile, because this is my first time using it. I'm not quite used to it yet. Hopefully it is informative to some degree. Grab a touch more ivory black. I want to deepen my Van Dyke Brown just a bit more. And broadly, I'm putting my Van Dyke Brown where I feel like later on I'm going to want warm colors. And then indigo broadly where I'm going to want cool colors. But, you know, if you get it mixed together a bit, it ain't going to hurt nothing. Welcome in, Kaylee. Merlin Models, hello to you as well. And I do in fact. Is it out of focus? Damn it. Damn it! It's so fucking difficult from my position to fix that. But I'll do it anyway. Maybe I've got autofocus turned on, which would explain that. Shouldn't have autofocus turned. Yep, it is. There we go. That should be better. Oh, Zero, thank you for the reminder. This is, in fact, Mannix the Lemur. This is one of the Mounted Squires models from the 100 Kingdoms. Just slop it in there. Not worrying too much about where anything goes at the moment. Just getting that glaze down. Some of my lower metallic surfaces, I'll go ahead and start with some warmth, because why the hell not? Shouldn't there be metal all over it? Shouldn't you be doing non-metallic metal for literally every surface? You'd think so, based on the last few streams. I can see how you would think that. We're trying something a little different. It'll take me a little bit to get used to the palette camera and trying to keep everything, because I keep wanting to sort of lurch over here, but bear with me. Why, what's up, Merlin Models? Do I look like I'm dying or something? Are you just asking out of general concern, or do I appear jaundiced? Not at all, Zero. Not at all. You have a fantastic night. Thanks for stopping in, and consider dropping in again sometime. We go 3 days a week. I'll be here painting stuff Sunday, Tuesday, and Thursday. And I'd love to see you. Work on a lot of different stuff here. And if you're interested in minis or art in general or movies or, you know, whatever the hell we get up to, you're always welcome to hang out. Oh, the lack of NM. Yeah, no. I'm glad to be painting a model that's going to involve very little NMM. I've certainly gotten better at it with those other ones, but yeah, this one is sort of a nice break. You don't belong here. Alright, let's grab some of our indigo. Just hit everything that we haven't hit yet. Does not matter one little bit if we mingle it together. Everything is going to get mingled together in the end anyway. Just make sure you get the deep spots. God, there's just so much surface area on these damn models. So big. EMC Forge, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. How you doing, Ren Momo? It's good to see you. Ah, so much surface area. Why? Why is there so much model? What am I missing? Back here a little bit. Bottom of the shield a little bit. Underside of the horse. Couple spots I didn't quite get. I'm trying to use this wibbly-wobbly top to my painting handle. I'm still not convinced I like it, but I'm just trying to use it and figure it out. Figure out if it has strengths and/or weaknesses. I like it better than my Games Workshop holder. I had this model pop out of that one twice when I was getting ready for the stream, so I was just like, fuck it, let's do something else. Alright, he seems to be more or less glazed. Cut ourselves. Really struggled with oils so far. What particular problems are you having, Colonel Matthew Steiner? Because I'm finding that oils work so much better when you kind of stop trying to get everything just perfect and really lean into the blends. I'm gonna have to figure out the positioning for my palette because I'm still not used to having this here. Stains really bad and won't wipe away when used as a wash. So, how much are you thinning it and what are you thinning it with? And then it also depends what pigments are you using, because some pigments are going to stain really, really bad, and others will work better as washes. Like these two colors I'm using here, Van Dyke Brown and Indigo in particular, stain like crazy, which makes them really good for these pre-glazes. Minerals Mineral Oil, think of in Winsor & Newton Lamp Black. So try using Ivory Black. Lamp Black definitely stains quite a lot. I go to Lamp Black and Mars Black as my two, like when I want to stain something, either cool or warm black. But Ivory Black, you're going to be able to get to flow into the crevices much more easily, I think. Ivory Black is a fairly weak stain. That may not completely solve the issue for you, but I think it's worth a try. Even so, it shouldn't ruin everything if you add more mineral spirits. But something I would suggest just in general, Colonel Matthew Steiner, when trying new techniques like that, always test it on something you don't care about first. Always, like, do up a piece of scrap plastic in your color scheme and then try your oil wash over top of that to make sure you like the effect before you commit to it on a finished figure. Getting my 2 test minis done for the Dweghom army. Just need to do a few more things finished. Very happy with them so far. I'm glad to hear that. This is definitely the thing about oil paints is, you know, what the paint is going to do is going to depend quite a lot on specifically what pigments are in it. So yeah, your ivory black, your Mars black, your lamp black are not going to behave the same like any old black. And for that particular purpose, yeah, I would steer you more in the direction of ivory black than anything else. Yeah, this stain is coming out real nice. Digging the indigo. Really digging the indigo. It's not a color or a pigment that I've used before, but I'm liking what it's doing so far. Oh, great, I managed to tint his face blue! Oh well, doesn't matter. I'll address that when we get to it. Just making sure I don't have any bombs of excess paint that I'm gonna flop into when I'm trying to put down other colors. Could I have painted horse and rider separately? Absolutely. Am I gonna do it? Hell no. Hell no. Just a little spot there. It's okay, that shouldn't matter. You can always add in more darks after the fact, too. There is a pretty decent pre-glaze across the whole mini. Pretty dark, really. I probably added more ivory black than I needed to. But we're experimenting. Experimenting and growing. Crossbow roof, you get yourself something good, man. Bring enough for everybody. Bought a Williamsburg Indigo and was very happy with it. I am using a Winsor & Newton Artist's Oil Color Indigo. I'm moving away from the Winton series into oil colors, and I'm trying Winsor & Newton's. I've got a little bit of Williamsburg, I have some Van Gogh, and then I have some Gamblin that I've been liking too. Really just trying to get a feel for what everything does. Painting a Lone Wolf's Lance of White, Guillotine, Black Knight, Lancelot, Flashman Max. Gonna call them Hush Money. Ooh, I like it. I can dig it. So I've got a little cheap filbert brush that I actually wanted to try. I think we'll do that. So we've been running the Thunderhead Home for Wayward Paints program for a little while now, where we send out sets of acrylic paints to prospective miniature painters to get people started. And I'm looking at adding an oil paint segment to that, using a little Van Gogh starter set, and I want to try out this really cheap set of synthetic brushes to see how they do. Because the price is right on these guys, and if they work, I'll be happy sending them out to folks. Alright, let's grab a little bit of our indigo. I'm going to grab some of this Naples yellow. Let's see what that does. Ooh, that's interesting. Let's start there. Thin that down. I'm going to wipe most of that off. I'm trying to really listen to Wapple when he says, less is more. Do more with less paint. That's what we're going to try to do. As little actual paint as possible. Trying to get some warmth into this coat. Really just using the indigo as a tint. Yeah, I gotta figure out the location of my palette and the palette camera, because I have a tendency to kind of put my elbow into it a little bit here. Now he's gonna probably have kind of dark knees. I'm gonna worry about that after I get the general coat down. Hey, what's up, Avash? How you doing? Datron Voltari, welcome in. Behold, I have arrived. Mainly to have you on in the background, but minor details. Minor details. I find that most Twitch streams are left on in the background, so I'm gonna go ahead and take that as a compliment, Lore Friendly. How you doing today, man? And thank you. Thank you for making Thunderhead Studio your choice in background noise. We do what we can. Trying to go fat over lean. This paint is pretty lean. If you were trying to go real fast, like even this step I'm on right now, you could kind of just do this with a couple of ruddy browns and call a horse's coat pretty well done. I'm going to take it further than that, but oils are kind of amazing for stuff like this. Best part of my Dweghon painting is I'm able to use my 0.5 and 0.3 airbrushes on them and not have to use Silly Putty to block either areas. I may need to get new Silly Putty. It does, eventually. Eventually, Silly Putty gets used up. I don't want to go quite this far into my Naples yellow. I want to keep using this mixture I got right here a little bit more. Just trying to get kind of an interesting blend here between my nice, cool indigo base tone and this Naples yellow. I was a little aggressive there. I can pull that out though. That's no big deal. Let's try to get his belly a little bit. I don't want to do too much. A little bit of color down here isn't going to hurt anything. Same for the horse's chest. You can't really see much of it, but I do want to get it. Can't forget the flanks. Brush is getting a little muddy. Can I come back in and refresh it a touch? Kind of magic in real life to wiping off the pre-glaze and seeing how close to table ready it is, right? Yeah, you're absolutely correct on that one, Punishment. It's a good feeling, knowing that, like, if I really felt like stopping, it would look pretty decent still. I want to keep going, but I felt like stopping. Grab a little straight Naples yellow. Particularly for... Let's wipe this a bit. A little more thinner here. There we go. Do more with less. Less is more. Alright, so something I'm definitely trying to pick up from Wapelius is his tendency to paint the entire mini at once. So if you've laid in a color, particularly if you're going real thin, give that a chance to just kind of set. I'm going to leave the horse's coat alone for a little bit while I work on some other pieces here. Trying to kind of bring it up to where I want it to be. Now, let's work a little bit on the coat. There's some Terra Rosa thinned out a little bit here. Use this to start building up some color before moving into more of a severe red. Oof, hang on. We need a little bit more than that. That's more what I'm thinking. Okay. Might as well get the scabbard. Get this gambeson that he's wearing. A little bit of his clothing here. Let me go ahead and get his boot. Hey, what's up, Skeleby? How you doing? Hope you're having a good day. Can we get a little shout out for the talented and interesting Skeleby? How are you doing on this fine day? Let's go ahead and start putting some of these warmer colors in here. Really not thinking too much about what the final precise colors of all this is going to be. I'm just trying to get my temperatures blocked in for the most part. We'll see how it works in the long run. I want to put some warm colors down here on the end of the horse's tail, because I want to have kind of a transition at the midpoint, and maybe some in the mane too. A little warmth towards the back of the mane, and then gray it up towards the top. That's what I'm thinking. I did, Grim Nation. I did. Well, part of the reason I'm doing a palette cam is because I'm trying to think more about what it is I'm doing on my palette, so it's a little less chaotic overall. And I think that having a palette cam is going to help me do that. Because sometimes with the palette, I'm all over the damn place. And I run out of space because I'm not really thinking about what I'm doing or planning ahead. And we're trying to undo that. Or at least improve it. One or the other. These saddlebags and bedroll here. Oop, some of my pre-glaze still in there. That's pretty wet. Oh, that's a bit much. I figure we'll roll with the palette camera if people find it interesting. If they don't, we'll probably phase out of using it. We just, I like to keep trying new things. Keep growing, keep changing. Stagnation is death, etc., etc. Gear Falcon hitting that 20 months! 20 months of subscription. Holy hell. Thank you so much, Gear Falcon. Welcome in, my friend. How you doing today? I'm not sure I really like this rotatey thing for doing cavalry. I'm going to stick with it for now, but very experimental. There, put his face back into something of a warm register, because I managed to turn his face blue pretty early on there. Doing bases for Tau and Bone Rapers. Be the first time actually doing bases. Besides one time I used wood glue and sand. Hey, wood glue and sand are perfectly acceptable basing materials, I'll have you know. What are you doing for bases this time around, Skeleby? Alright, I'm going to grab a little bit of my yellow ochre here. Bring some of my Terra Rosa into it. Thin that out. A little more white spirits. Start differentiating some of our color areas here. LTG, love this game. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in, and hello yourself. How you doing today? Really keeping my color palette pretty simple on this guy. Got like a blanket underneath the saddle and all the rigging. And go ahead and put in some yellows in there. Going for kind of a linen look, I'm thinking. Actually, I'm going to lighten it up just a little bit. And I am trying to paint the whole damn figure at once here, so I'm just going to try to keep moving kind of from feature to feature. Now I'll tell you to get Van Gogh. I've got some. I haven't tried it out yet. I was thinking we might use a little bit of it tonight. Master Chief John 2011. How you doing, man? Welcome in. Try a little bit of this on the end of where I had started to kind of do the mane in some warm colors. That's going to look nice when it's done. Really liking how stupid easy this filbert is to use. I'm going to bring some of this down around his hooves, because the Spanish dappled grays I've seen kind of have socks on. They have they don't always, like they'll have, I mean obviously horse coats vary, but I'm definitely thinking I'm going to lean into putting socks on them and then having kind of a nice ivory color to the hoof. So I'm going to start working in some yellows down here to give old horsey horse some socks. You can see the one that I have up there for a reference, he only has, I think, 2 hooves that are like that. I'm going for all 4. I don't give a crap. I like the look, and I'm probably going to do a few horses in this style, so... We've already got yellows starting to work their way in across his coat. This is just a little more stark. I'm glad you're having a good day. Love this game. We're focusing on speed, Merlin. We are focusing on speed. And now, in the name of continuing to move from one part of the model to another, we're going to start working some of our indigo. And I'm going to grab a touch of titanium whites. Maybe? Really trying to lean away from using titanium white, but I think that titanium white and indigo thinned out decently is going to be the next move for the metallic bits. You're not wrong. I'm trying to make speed into anything at all, because up until now, yeah, I paint very, very slowly. But it's been a learning process. So part of the thing I'm noticing is that I tend to turn my face away from my microphone when I'm doing my palette work, which I should do something about. I want more blue. I want more blue than this. The titanium white just sucked it all out. Let's take some cobalt blue or French ultramarine. What do you think? What do you think, Grim Nation? Cobalt blue or French ultramarine? Could do Thalo. I could do Thalo. Thalo really has a tendency to take over a palette, though. You think Ultramarine? I'm going to put a little Thalo and a little Ultramarine, and we're going to play with them. Skelebi says blue. That's very helpful. Let's put a little French Ultramarine out. A little Thalo blue. Let's start with Thalo and see how we like it. It's very blue. It's very, very blue. That's not bad. A little more titanium white to ease it out, and it's getting close to something I want to use. Always try to make it a challenge. Well, that is appreciated, Skelebi. How you doing, by the way? How's the painting going? How are you liking the hobby? How are you liking streaming? These are all things you're fairly new to. Oof, that is blue. That is blue, but it has kind of a nice sky tone to it, and I think going right in over my indigo, this should work okay for my metallics. Damn, that is real blue. I can desaturate it some more. Need to thin it a bit more is what I need. Phthalo blue, some sap green to make a happy little tree. No accidents. Or rather, no mistakes, just happy little accidents, right? There we go. Now we're cooking with oils. Really don't want much paint on here at all. Yeah, there we go. That'll be a good base. That'll be a pretty good base. Not a lot of metal on this guy. Shield doesn't have as much of a sculpted design. Could do a little Bob Ross scene on it. I'm probably just going to do it quartered. Like red and white. And details like that may be the only thing that doesn't... Well, a lot of things may not get done tonight, but that's the one thing I'm thinking, like, that'll probably not get done tonight. I'll just leave that for after everything is cured to do a little bit of freehanding as the very last step is what I am thinking. Vampire Painting Studios. Oh no. Oh no, we have attracted the gaze of Transylvania. How you doing today, man? Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. I guess I want to do this blue kind of all over, even on my metallic here, because this is going to be one of the darker colors that remains. Gotta remember I'm going to highlight up past this. Just want to make sure I'm getting my... I think some warmer tones on the bottom of this head plate are going to pay off. Let's start my blues on top. Garlic pizza. I know you aren't usually a lore guy, but are you partial to headcanon lore? Do you think through why certain things are what? I do just in my own head to make decisions, GM Kaylee. For these guys in particular, I'm trying to... I'm gonna be doing their colors, like, on their shields and such, their heraldry, as the same as I've done my household knights, because I figured these are mounted squires. They are squires to the knights that I'm fielding in my force. So they would have the same heraldry in many cases. Not theirs, but the heraldry of their knight and their lord. So it gives me an opportunity to kind of repeat some of those colors, essentially. Cobalt blue is very low tinting strength, so it loses color quickly. Yeah, that's why I kind of like Phthalo. Phthalo tints everything it even gets close to. Kind of aggressively, really. Less is more. Probably don't need to do these rings right now, but I'm just trying to get the color in there so that I can come back to it later. Oh, here's a good spot. Alright, so Mr. Swordy Sword. How am I gonna do you? Gotta start thinking about the non-metallic metal pattern right now. Not at all, Sumitha. Not at all. You're tired, man. Go turn in. Why, like, if you can be napping and you want to be napping, you should be napping. Don't stay up on my account. I love how much more sculpted this ring mail is on this figure than it is on literally any other figure in the 100 Kingdoms line right now. Nap Nation. God damn, yeah. How do I get my citizenship there? My blue in kind of on the upturned portions of this helmet. I'll probably work in some warmer tones on the downturned parts. And then this wrapping of fabric around the bassinet that he's wearing, that is called a torse. And that is something that I'm likely to come into freehand on later after most of these colors have cured, just so I can get some nice, vibrant, contrasting colors in there. Valendar the Red, how you doing today, man? Siestinator Rio, welcome in. We got a lot of people in. What models are these 100 Kingdoms? So, these models are all from Parabellum Wargames Conquest, The Last Argument of Kings. And these specific models are the most recently released Mounted Squires for the 100 Kingdoms. They were on pre-order until very recently. I believe most of them are shipping now. And they represent a pretty big step up in the overall sculpt quality for 100 Kingdoms, in my opinion. My blue in there, a little bit there, a little bit over here. Why the hell not? I can't think of a good reason not to. That seems like as good a reason as I'll ever get to. Ring, ring, ring. Ring-a-ding-ding. A little bit more here. Yeah. A little bit more here. Alright, why don't we come back to the horse coat now, because it's been left to sit for little bits of time. And I think I'm going to start working some titanium white up into it. I'm going to take what I was working on before, put some titanium white into it. I'm going to thin it a touch, but not as much as it was. And what we've got here, ideally, is a nice cool base tone in the indigo that's starting to come up through the warm tones into a warm gray. This is the goal. Okay. I should have cleaned my brush a bit more before I did that. I'm being pretty sloppy. Because I'm bringing Phthalo Blue into it, but that's okay too. That's not really going to hurt anything, you know? We're going to bring it up pretty high, and then I'm going to come back in, and I'm going to try to stipple, I think, indigo to create the dark areas of the coat. And then we'll try doing some spots manually in kind of a warmer tone. Proprietary dice are an utter disaster to my dice bag. Looking at you, Games Workshop side games. Admittedly, for a company that has as many games as Games Workshop, I can see how that'd be more of a problem. I really think that Fantasy Flight Games kind of did proprietary dice, or does proprietary dice better than almost anybody else. It is not having as much of an impact as I would hope so. Lean a little bit more yellow here since we're still blending. We're always blending. That is important to bear in mind. Also, I'm going a little leaner than I need to. This should probably be fattier at this point. So I'm going to not thin it as much as I have been. A little thicker, a little fattier, a little warmer. Could probably use a different brush, but we're on full lazy mode tonight, folks, so deal with it. There we go. Ooh. A little more than Naples yellow because I definitely want to make sure I hit the socks. Definitely want to make sure I hit the socks and brighten these up even more. We're going to darken the knees, but the socks should be pretty bright by the end. Make sure I get the shape of its skull here a little bit. Pick up the details around the eyes and the chin. We can sort of darken the muzzle a bit later. How you doing, Communist JK? Welcome in. I apologize if I'm not the most responsive to chat tonight, folks. I'm just kind of feeling my way through a fresh paint scheme, and I haven't really done horses in this style before, so we're kind of making it up as we go. Always demands a little bit more mental energy. Let me give this brush a little bit of a clean out, because it's pretty loaded up and muddy at the moment. Never joined a Discord before. Well, you joined a pretty good one. Not to toot my own horn, but for whatever reason I've attracted a a pretty eclectic and productive mix of artistic influences in that Discord, and a lot of people with a lot of experience in 3D printing and miniature painting. So if that, you know, if that's what interests you, you're gonna find a lot of good info there. Alright. I'm gonna put down a little cad red here to start working into Homeboy's Gambison with a smaller brush. This is the theory. Let's see how it goes. This is unfortunately cadmium red hue, so it's not going to be super vivid, but... Actually, we're going to do alizarin crimson first. It's just going to sort of stain significantly better than cadmium hue is. So we might as well start there. And then we can use cadmium red to kind of clean it up a bit. I like alizarin crimson. It has resulted in me getting some really nice deep reds lately. Still not totally clear how to use it. It's definitely a lot more aggressive than my cadmium hues, but I need to get some proper, like, Gamblin cadmiums before I make any decisions on that. Exactly, Bug King. Yeah, hues don't have the actual pigment in them. Unfortunately, a lot of the starter sets, particularly in student sets, include cadmium hues because cadmium is toxic. And that is, you know, that's where I started, but we're moving away from it. Kind of one tube at a time. Yeah, alizarin crimson is just going to give me that nice deep red that I want. Look at that. Oof. Some base tone browns will stick around from the Van Dyke brown. Alizarin crimson has a nice stain to it that I like so much. I can let it get down in the crevices and not worry too much about it. The Gamblin student set has actual cadmiums, does it really? Well, the Windsor and Newton set does not. So I'm short a few genuine cadmiums at the moment. Armor over here, but I still want to get a little bit of the red in underneath it. Yeah, in particular I need to get some cadmiums for yellow and red. I feel like those are pretty damn useful colors at the end of the day. The cadmium red hue is actually pretty... I have one cadmium. I have a cadmium orange. And using it next to some of my cadmium hues, it's really disappointing to learn just how kind of pathetic the cadmium hues are by comparison. I was thinking when I got started, like, it's not that big a deal. And then I used the cadmium orange, and I was like, oh my god, it's so much more vivid, it's kind of ridiculous. Even just mixing with other colors, not necessarily using it just on, well, you know, you almost never use an oil paint on its own. Sort of defeats the purpose. Alright, we got some decent reds kind of locked in here now. Let's work a little bit on his leathers. Come back to our Terra Rosa yellow ochre mixture we have over here. Bring some of that in here. Just in like so. Zombie Brush Studios hitting that 13 months. I don't know. I have no idea what happened, and yet here you still are, Zombie Brush. How you doing, man? Thank you so much for the 13 months. Thank you for all of your support. And folks, if you're not following Zombie Brush Studios, one of the more interesting painters here on Twitch. Definitely a channel that you should be following. I'm just going to keep most of this pretty standard looking leather. I don't want to do anything crazy today. We're doing easy. We're doing easy and vaguely interesting. Nothing super complicated. Bring a little more yellow ochre into this mix here, because I'm not making a lot of progress here. I should thicken it up a little bit too, which I think is good. You know what, let's grab, what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab a little bit of cadmium red hue, and bring it into this mixture of yellow ochre and Terra Rosa. Let's just see what happens. I want it a little redder. Let's just shove some red in there and paint it on and see what it looks like. How about that? Ooh, that's interesting. A little orange. Nothing we can't tone down if we want to. Working hard at the store, sucked me back into Magic the Gathering, got them all into Star Wars Legion. Haha! Haha! Take that, wallet! Lore Friendly, you have a fantastic evening, man. Thank you so much for stopping in. I think the reds are really going to make a difference next to the kind of cooler tones that are in the horse's coat. And the armor that has that phthalo blue in it. Muddy, let's refresh. A little bit here in the scabbard. Let's go ahead and put some in here down on the stirrups. More on the leather strapping here. I'm going to do some more work on the head before I bother with the leather strapping up there, which actually I should go ahead and probably get to that. Now, I really want to start to kind of desaturate and work out towards a white so that I can come back in and dapple it. It's going to pick up warmth from the undercoat, so I'm just going to put some straight titanium white down, thin it out, and start bringing it back in. How you doing, Alexander Maximus? Just, you know, just futzing around, having a good time. Well, thank you so much for saying so, Bug King. I have been trying to make genuine improvements. Alright, that's not gonna work. That's... yeah. Let's grab a fresh brush for this. Don't want it to be actually pure white. Isn't much of a concern though, since it's going down over wet oils. It's going to pick up whatever I put it on top of, but I want it to be a little fattier. So let's mix this up. See, it's a little reddish, which is good, really. Why am I mixing with such a small brush? I should know better. I should have used something with more bristles. Oh well. Oh well, we'll live. In fact, what I should have used is that little filbert that I was using earlier, which I think we're going to come back to. Go. Yeah, I have a bad habit of not using fresh thinner. Alright, we'll be a little more refined, a little more restrained in our application here. Really let those undertones kind of rest. The face should be really quite bright. Really quite bright. Except for around the eyes, but I can come back in and darken that after the fact. You get some brush strokes and some business in here sometimes, particularly when you're going kind of fatty, but it's not really a big deal. You let it sit for a bit, come in with a blending brush, and ease those right out. Ever wonder if Dilbert is Filbert's slower younger brother? Who was Filbert? Who was this man after whom a brush was named? Probably actually a person. Let's knock some of this off and come in a little bit over the mane. I'll blend that out. That's a bit too bright. That's okay. I'll worry about that later. We're just going to keep going with this for now. Alright, so definitely in the chest and towards the upper legs we want to lighten it up. And I'll darken it around the knees, and we'll bring it up even more around our socks like we were talking about. Not as much on the hooves. The hooves are almost right where I want them. Definitely want to make sure I lighten it. Oh, I can always wash that out. That's not a big deal. Make sure I lighten it up here. Near where the main is, so we get that nice contrast transitioning to the main itself. Scala B, thanks for hanging out. You have a fantastic night. Let's refresh this a bit. It's getting kind of muddy. Getting kind of muddy. There we go. That's looking more like how I want it. Oh, a new TV. A filbert is a type of nut. It's a hazelnut that's still raw. Is that what the brushes are named for? I have no idea. What are the chances of you trying out that Nebulous Fleet game? So I started the tutorial, and I haven't quite gotten into it yet, Rio, but it's certainly interesting. Is that it? That it kind of looks like a filbert nut? Is that actually the answer? I genuinely have no idea. That could easily be the answer, and I would never know. A little bit horse belly here. Grab sort of the fronts of the flanks. Yeah, I tend to agree that you shouldn't worry about brush strokes, but if it's the kind of thing that bothers you, it's good to know that you can always kind of come back in and fix it later, you know? With oils, it's real easy to do. You just blend it out after you've given it a chance to cure a little bit. We're going to darken a lot of this up a fair amount, too. Kind of trying to grab the musculature here. A little bit of the tail. Don't want to lighten that up too much. But a little bit isn't going to hurt, particularly in this warm section here. Thuraya. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Ooh, that's looking nice. I like that. In fact, I'm going to bring that and do the same for the warm part that we have here. We can always wash a little bit in here to darken it up if we want. That looks nice. Ooh, that looks nice. And again, we're not going to let the perfect be the enemy of the good. We're going to keep moving forward on this one. And take the lessons learned into more horses down the line. Oh, that's a bit much. Bring that out. There we go. Get the belly a bit here. I want to get the belly a little bit. I'm not going to worry too much about what the belly looks like because you can't see it for the most part, but I do want it to be distinct from the saddle. I'm definitely liking the look of the horse's coat so far. This is working for me. Like maybe a little bit in here. 'Cause I don't know that that's supposed to be covered. It's hard to tell, honestly, but I'll worry about that when it comes to detailing later on. Horse with a butterbutt. Steela would be proud, wouldn't she just? Less than 2 hours. Yeah, I would definitely call this table ready. But we've got more yet. We've got more yet to do. Where are we? 7? I got an hour and a half? Ah, shit. Okay, I do have to work faster then to get it where I want it to be. Curses! Alright, let me grab some of that thin cadmium red hue. Actually, I'm going over alizarin crimson. Maybe I can get away with cadmium orange. And just not that much of it. Keeping it fairly fatty. Almost straight out of the tube. Let's try that over the alizarin crimson and see what it does. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Yeah, that can work. Because I'd rather use an actual cadmium orange than a cadmium red hue at this point. Since we're going over alizarin crimson, it should pop out real nice. And give me a good overall red. Oh god, what have I done? That's a bit much. That's a bit much. Let's ease you out, shall we? Let's grab a completely unrelated brush here and just kind of... Okay, calm down. That's what I get for going maybe too fatty. Well, if his Gambison is particularly vivid, that ain't gonna hurt nothing. I can always tone it down. Less is more, and more is way too much. You are spot on there. Really don't want much paint on the brush at all. Not quite giving me what I want, but it's not bad. It can certainly be touched up later if I really, really want to. Yeah, plop and push it. Yeah, just put it on there and then just kind of shove it around. Maybe a little too fatty for your own good there, cadmium orange. Maybe we want to ease you out slightly before we go in raw dogging it. That's a bit better. A bit more controllable. Yeah, my red here is kind of my weakest color so far, but I'm gonna blame my tools for that, because that's what a poor artist does, right? That's a poor craftsman. I will be that poor craftsman. I guess I've seen worse reds, if I'm being totally honest. beat that orange like it owes you money. It's the only true cadmium I have, so I'm rolling with it because I feel like it's going to yield better results than any of my cadmium hues. And going over alizarin crimson, it seems to do pretty decently. Refresh it a bit here. Can always give it an oil wash later to give it some depth. I'll give myself an out and say that I'm allowed to come back to this mini for like half an hour to an hour after the fact to freehand and clean up. That's a nice, rich, reddish color, though. I think that's pretty good. Let's let that set for a bit and work on something else, I'm thinking. Alright. Let's grab some of that Naples yellow we were using. And a touch. Let's work some of that into the previous leather mixture that we had. It's a little orange, which is just fine. Take some of my dirty solvents here. Work that in there, thin it a tad bit. And see what we're working with. HLRQ, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for getting that that shout out done. How you doing today, Riot Sister?
Hello there.
I haven't done the shield at all, and honestly I think I'm just going to leave it alone for the moment. Let's pick up a little bit of our leather work. Some little strappy clasps there we can pick up. Bit on the scabbard there. Do some work on the saddlebags. I haven't been paying almost any attention to the leather, so we're just going to do it real quick like. Let's wipe you out and refresh a little bit. Grab a touch more of the Naples yellow. It's pretty fatty, and I think that's kind of how I want it at this point. As long as it sticks, I'll be happy. Because I don't think I'm going to take the leather much further than this. We're going for high tabletop quality, and we're going for speed, right? Gotta remember that. spots in here. Brighten this up again a little bit. Get our stirrups a touch. I'm going to give myself a little bit of some leeway cheating and saying that I can come back to this after the fact for one more session. You know, technically these self-imposed limitations are not the boss of me. I can do anything I want. But we are just trying to get a little bit faster. A little bit faster each time. I really haven't done any of the leather up here, but that's because I want to do more work on the primary coat before I touch the strapping on the face. Merlin, you have, yeah, it's 2 a.m. where you're at, man. Go get you, get you some sleep, my Welsh friend. Yeah, there's definitely going to be some spots that I just completely forgot to paint and missed that I'm going to come back to, like this stirrup, I haven't really done anything to, so I'm just gonna fling some leather paint at it. That's looking pretty good. I like that. I like that. A little bit more back here. A little bit more back here. Refresh that a touch. It's looking okay. Yeah, whatever. Whatever, I say. Oh, forgot about his gloves almost entirely. Go get his glove over here, try to pick out his the top and then his fingers a little bit. Might as well do his face just a wee little bit since we got these colors going at the moment. His flesh tone is very much like the leather tones, but his face is far enough away from any leather that I feel pretty comfortable with that. Besides, what is human skin but untanned leather? You haven't thought of the smell! Good start. Alright, I should fling a little bit more paint at the metallic parts here. And I'm thinking that's going to be largely titanium white with a touch of phthalo blue. A little thinner than this. I am using up all my palette space, but it's still more efficient than I have been so far. Let's just get a drop of thinner in there. Okay. What is human skin but miserable sheets of secrets? But enough talk. Have at you. You steal men's souls and make them your slaves. The same could be said of all religions. Start picking out these spots on the metal. Draw them out as needed. Watching the entirety of the Harley Quinn show. Kite Man is now your favorite DC character. I still haven't watched the Harley Quinn show. Everybody tells me I should, and I still haven't. That looks real nice. Hey, what's up, Lady B? And Wombat Combat, I'm sorry I haven't said hi to you. I apologize if I'm not as interactive with chat as I normally am. It's the side effect of me trying new things and giving myself a stupid self-imposed time limit. Which I think I'm gonna fail at, if I'm being honest. But, you know, any improvement is good. And we're definitely improving. Slow down a little bit when I get to the part where I'm trying to do a mild volumetric non-metallic metal effect. I feel like that's only natural. Oh, not at all. Not at all, Lady B. Letting this be kind of chunky and might just come back in and blend it when I'm done. Let's go ahead and hit this. Let's go ahead and hit these a little bit. And in fact, grab a brush that we haven't done anything with and just kind of very gently sort of scumble this together. Yeah. Get rid of them chunky non-transitions. Look how easy that is. Look how easy that is. That's stupid. Oil paints are cheating. And that still leaves me some room to bring the highlights up.
Welcome, everyone, to Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
It's important. Don't show me your genitals. Please don't.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. For the love of God. Above all, folks. Now, for anyone who's curious about doing non-metallic metals, I think one of the most important things you can learn, and I say this as somebody who's not particularly great at them, but who has been practicing and I think improving at the very least, some of the most important things you can learn are about volumetric lighting, how light plays across a surface. And one of the easiest ways you can get into this, honestly, is just by learning how to describe a few particular shapes. Now, if you watch what I'm doing here on this greave, I am describing a cylinder as best I can. If you can learn how to paint volumetrically spheres, cubes, and cylinders, and I guess cones, you are well on your way to being able to do all non-metallic metals. These are the most common shapes you're going to encounter, and so much of it just comes down to determining which of those shapes it is that you're working on. Like I said, in this case here on this greave, I'm doing a little bit of a cylindrical thing. Kind of similarly here, but mostly just catching the edges since these shapes are not super significant. A little bit of a cone shape here on this Polane on his knee. How you doing, O'Coral? Welcome in. And this is a cube or rectangle here on the top of his scabbard. You don't have to be super precise. As long as you just generally get it in the right kind of shape, like, you can get away with a lot of bullshit. Playing a little Stellaris. There's no such thing as playing a little Stellaris. You and I both know that that has already eaten most of your day. I'm not very good at doing non-metallic metal on swords. I'm just kind of making it up. Just doing light to dark transitions in some arbitrary spots, and I'll clean it up later. Didn't really do it on the inside of the blade, which I should. And we'll get to that. Similarly here, kind of want to do the cylindrical effect, but down the length of the shoulder. Less is more, and more is way too much. Trying to make do with as little paint as I can here. Honestly, I could go brighter. I'll wind up having to revisit this because I'm not contrasting enough. Data Nerd, thank you for the reminder. Alright, let's do this here. Grab some edges, grab that rivet. There we go. Oh, that's the wrong brush. Let that sit for a bit and then blend it out. Definitely want to go higher than I have been. Alright, a little bit more on the knees, but the shape is certainly getting there. Alright, a few spots we haven't hit yet, like on the shield. There we go, right there. That's coming together. Add a few more spots here. Bring up the chainmail. I guess I'm gonna go with ring mail, because some of these don't even look like they're interlinked. Bottom edge of our helmet here needs some. Again, the ring mail across the shoulders. It's more of a like a ring mantle. Like a great big coif that he's wearing. Got an odd studded bassin. I kind of wish it wasn't studded. I kind of wish I had a smooth surface to work with on top here, but oh well. We work with what we've got. None of the other squires I've done are even wearing helmets. This is going to be the only helmet in the unit. Mostly going to pick up that bottom edge, and I think I'm actually going to bring some warm tones in here to the edge of it that's kind of facing down. I think that should be interesting, but let's go ahead and blend it back from the face a little bit. Just like so. The face will wind up being one of the final spots for touching up, since I've got warm and cool so close to one another, they're kind of mingling. That's alright. Great John Umber is now finished. Fantastic. Those Song of Ice and Fire minis are really quite nice. They've all got some pretty excellent sculpts. Put even more Naples yellow in here to fatten this up. And then we're going to come back to some of this leather. In fact, I'm going to grab a touch of titanium white, too. Let's bring it up real high. And desaturate it a bit for our final edges. It's quite the mixture by now. First ones you painted were the dragons and Daenerys and the Mother of Dragons set. Actually surprised how detailed they were. All those, like I said, that whole line are actually really very nice minis. I do appreciate that the minis for A Song of Ice and Fire, and even the game itself, are based on the books, specifically, and not the shows. They take all their detailing from the literature, and I think that is a good move, because I have never in my life seen a show lose favor as fast as fucking Game of Thrones. Good lord. They crashed and burned so hard. That leather's all looking pretty decent to me at this point. I don't know that I'm gonna futz with it too much more. I'll bring in a little bit of just raw Naples yellow. Pick out some points here. Get the shape of the face a little bit. Cheeks, nose, upper lip, the important parts. Let that kind of sit for a bit. Grab some other leather spots here with just touches of our Naples yellow. Yeah, there's a few spots in here I'm going to want to come in and again, blend out after the fact. So my claim of calling it completely done at the end of the stream is inherently bullshit, but mostly done. Because these are sort of chunkier spots that I want to let set for a bit, and then I can come in and blend them once they've cured a little bit, for just like a couple hours. Edges. Okay, I want to do a little something with what appears to be the horse blanket. And that's going to be yellow ochre and titanium white. I'm thinking here. Let's thin that. Definitely managed to use up most of my stinking palette space pretty quick here. I mean, I guess I could go with like a green or something more interesting. Let me think about that. I'll just leave it for now and make that decision in a little bit, because yeah, maybe like a green would be a little more tasty, rather than just continuing my overall ruddy brown motif, because it's just going to wind up looking like leather if I do that. Eh. Eh. Pull some of this back out. Overdid it. Overdid it. Muck that up. It's like the difference between mostly dead and all dead. There. See, you let that sit for even just a few minutes and then come in and blend it, and it's, oh, so effective. Oh, so effective. Really just taking that hard edge off the color blob. Here, just ease that out. Particularly when I'm doing the non-metallic metals, when you want that final little shine of like pure titanium white, it pays to let it sit for a couple hours and then come back to it and do that. Grab a touch of real thin Terra Rosa here. And I mean real thin, just coming in with kind of a glaze. I'm going to lay that in. Really don't want much. Lay that in the underside of this metal. Give it a little bit of a look like it's kind of reflecting some of the tones from the ground level. If you go full chrome, you want to push this effect really high, but even just for basic non-metallic metal, it can help to have a little bit of a warm tone in the downward-facing portions and in the shadows. And then stick to your cool colors for the upward-facing, reflecting sky and dirt, respectively.
I know you're really focused, Thunderhead, but your camera is
God damn it. Hey, what's up, Megatron? How you doing? Really not doing a lot of this. Like, you're barely even gonna notice this. It just kind of punches up the cool tones a bit. And I want to do the same here for the helmet. Not a lot. You don't need a lot. Just a little bit on the areas that are downward turned, I think goes a pretty long way. Alright, what the fuck am I doing now? I've officially kind of lost some of my momentum, and I'm like, oh, what am I doing next? We've had a good run, though. Maybe I'll come back in at the coat. And stipple in some indigo. That's what I'm thinking. I think that's the next step. Is there a debacle? Didn't that just come out on, like, Hulu? So I'm gonna try stippling this indigo in. And it's pretty thick. It's pretty thick. I'm gonna take most of it off. And we're gonna try to pattern this horse's coat. Wee little bits. I don't want to do too much of it. Let me see. Ooh, that's nice, isn't it? Do not want to overdo it. Let me see, on the face, he's gonna have some in here. Around the muzzle. Definitely going to stipple a lot more of it in on the legs. Around the knees. And down until we get to the socks. Again, I'm trying not to overdo it. I probably could have brought the coat overall higher before I did this. But we're going to try just doing a very limited stippling and see how it plays out. In fact, I almost certainly could have brought the coat higher. I'm going to do this one leg, see how I like it, and then decide if I want to continue this or if I want to bring the rest of the coat higher. Maybe even let it sit for a little bit before I do this, because it's going to want to naturally start to blend itself in. I think it's a good effect overall. Just a little bit on the face is all I'm gonna do. Got a real heavy along the flanks. Yeah, I should have done this before I did the leather strap across the butt, but oh well. Here we are. We're in it now. Not letting the perfect be the enemy of the good. I'm going to do more horses like this. So we'll take any lessons that we learned doing this guy and carry them forward into future dappled grays. This is the dappled part of the gray that we're doing here. I think bringing the gray higher is going to pay off. I think we're a little dark, but, you know, it's okay. This is just going to be a darker dappled gray. want to overpower the details on the muzzle. I just want the faintest hint of the spotting around the eyes, the face in general. And this right here is why I did think to wait to do the leather strapping on the face until now, but I didn't think to do it on the flank, and I should have. Oh no! Oh no! What have I done? Have I wiped oil paint on my face? No, I haven't. Okay, a little bit. I'll be okay. It's titanium white. What's the worst that can happen? I think what we can do, and I think this is a good idea. I'm gonna continue dappling the indigo, and then we're gonna do something a little zany. And we're gonna counterbalance all the darkness from the indigo. Indigo is much darker than I thought it would be, and I really like it. It has some real potency to it. Alright. So, what we're gonna do is... Alright. What's the right answer here? Let's take a little bit... Megatron 1993, thank you. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. We're gonna take a little bit of our Naples yellow and our titanium white. We're gonna get a nice... warm, creamy color. At least that's the goal. And I don't want it too bright because I really want to leave myself someplace to go by adding more titanium white. But this kind of warm, creamy tone is definitely what I'm after. I keep scooting my palette. Eventually I'll learn how to use the palette camera. This is my first time doing it today, so bear with me. Alright, now this is pretty fatty. This is pretty fatty. Let's see if it sticks. We're going to come in here and do some spotting by hand. Some kind of dominant spots. Sort of following the musculature is what I'm thinking. Maybe a little leaner than that. Definitely got to get used to the placement of my palette with the camera. And we're just gonna kind of work in these warm spots. It's okay if they're kind of bold, because once this is cured, we can come in with a blending brush and ease them out. But I think this is going to do a lot to kind of counteract how low I started with the horse's coat. A little leaner, because it doesn't want to stick right now. And yeah, I'm going to try to make it a little more random. Do them in little clusters. And like I said, like you can really see the spots right now. if you let this mellow for a little while, let it cure, and then come in with a blending brush and just very gently kind of ease it out, it'll be more natural looking. I got a raid. Oh my god, somebody raided me? Holy hell, Thousand Young. Thank you so much for the raid. I wasn't even paying attention. Welcome in. How you doing today, man? I think I'm just gonna do little clusters. Little clusters of spots. Thousand Young, thank you for saying so. We're trying to do as much as we can inside of our usual roughly 3.5 hours of painting that we do. I said some crazy shit about wanting to be totally done at the end of the stream, and I'm gonna get close. I'm gonna get close, but I am gonna allow. Oh my god, what have I done? Well, whatever. I'm just gonna ignore it. I'm gonna allow myself a little bit of a buffer to come in and do some finishing work after the fact. Blend that out. It'll look okay. It'll look okay. You know, randomized the spotting means that he's gonna have a couple of spots that are bigger, a couple that are smaller. It's just gonna be how it is. Not painting an actual horse. Technically, this is a horse from a fantasy universe, so I can just be like, this horse has large clusters of spots that don't look random at all. Because it was bred to look that way. Sure. Like I said, we're gonna do more. We're gonna do more horses in this style, so if I don't like something about this paint job, we'll correct it on future horses. Table distance. No, you're absolutely right, Cookie Mama. You want them to be fairly bold, because otherwise you won't be able to see them at average viewing distance. I want to get a couple down here. He's gonna have spots all over his coat. I don't want there to be weird spots where there aren't any, unless it's in really heavy shadow. Random is never evenly distributed. No, you're absolutely right. You want to leave some areas where there aren't any, because random is random. Technically, genetics aren't random, but, you know, functionally random. It is a trick of the human mind that when we're doing random, we tend to evenly space, and evenly spaced is not random. So I think it's better if I do little clusters, you know? I'm not really replicating the coat on the reference horse very well, but that's fine. I don't really mind. In reality, I should bring his whole face up higher. Like, instead of spotting this, I think I'm just going to use this to bring the entire face up brighter. And then I'll darken the eyes again, as needed. That already looks better to me. Because as I look at my reference image for the horse, his face is brighter than the rest of his coat by a fair amount. Will you let me pet the horsey, though, WJ? I warn you, he's trained for war. He is a working animal. Refresh this a bit. A little bit more here. Oh yeah, I like that better. I like that better already. It's true. It's true, Automat. It would mean that they were, in general, better tempered. Less likely to spook at mere contact, but also might trample you if they get the wrong idea. They used to teach war horses how to do... Have you seen that high trot that they do in, what's it called? What's the sport... What's the equestrian sport called? I can't remember now. Dressage. Dressage was originally like warhorse training. You've seen that high trot they do where they bring their legs up really high and then back down, that sort of marching in place. That was originally a war trot, essentially. If they were kind of surrounded and immobile, they could do that high trot and move side to side and stamp on feet and legs and people. It has no real place in anything now, so it's just something that rich people make their horses do for fun. And this is all, I think, going to look really nice once I bring in the reds for the leather on the strapping across the face. A little bit more titanium white here. Lighten this up even more. And a very good evening to you as well, Ion Raptor. How you doing today, man? You get a shout out for the very talented Ion Raptor, who's been doing some work lately for Revelation Skirmish, which is very, very exciting. I cannot wait to get my hands on that mech you've been doing, Ion Raptor. Actually going to bring a little bit of this back here. Last of the old war horses, closest thing we have to proper medieval war horses. WJ, post some pictures, man. I'd honestly be happy to. I'd like to do a whole series of different styles of horse. I have plenty of horses to paint. I'm going to have to do at least 6 of these mounted squires, and I don't want to do them all in with identical horses by any stretch of the imagination. Alright, I'm going to let this face work sit for a little while, blend it out, and maybe add a touch more white before I'm done with it. In the meantime, I'm going to grab a little bit of our original indigo that has been mixed with a tiny bit of ivory black to start with. And we're just going to, and I mean, I am going to thin this out quite a lot, really. Because I want this to act kind of like a wash. I want this to go into the crevices and settle into the deep parts. I don't really want it to go over high. So let's thin. Lots of solvent. And let's do the eyes real quick. Now, this horse has dark eyes, and then it has dark around its eyes. And then, similarly, it has a very, very dark muzzle, but I'm just going to lay this mostly into the nostrils, because the muzzle's already pretty dark. Yeah, that's worked out nice, I think. Am I getting too aggressive? I really want to just get that spot and kind of just ease it out, because it's really bothering me. I'm really not doing much more here than just touching the neck of the horse with the edge of this brush. That's all I'm doing. These spots are pretty aggressive, and I think I would do it differently on another one. But I think this will do for this initial effort. It's not perfect, but as I said, we're not letting the perfect be the enemy of the good. It can be a little fuzzy, it can be a little blended. It is, after all, meant to be fur. Probably want to get a little bit more on the underside of the neck before I'm done. But I think that those hand-done spots blended in a little bit do quite a lot to ease out the strength of that stippled-on indigo. Did I? That's a great question, WJ. I might have. It's possible. Sometimes it's hard to tell, though. All white with a gray/pink nose and dark gray hooves. That's pretty simple. Yeah, I could do something to that effect. Alright. Freshen up my white spirits a little bit. Back to this that I was using for the spots on the face, and I'm going to go ahead and use this to brighten up his socks a little bit, because I'd like those to stand out. Yeah, that's going to look good. Lighten up those horse socks. The hooves actually look pretty good. God, this really is a nice break from painting horses that are just covered in non-metallic metal. God, I still have more of them to do, and I'm definitely more used to it than I was, but this is more pleasant after doing 2 of them in a row. I think the hooves look pretty good. I don't know that I'm going to touch them at all. Just our little horsey socks. He's got shoes, why not socks too? Alright. Alright, chat. It's opinion time. I've still got some time to work, and there are obviously a number of things on here that aren't quite done yet. A few colors I'd like to add, and some more work needs to be done on the rider, but just taking a look at the horse's coat. How do we feel about it? Space horse is good horse. More medium gray speckles, you feel like? Kind of something in between the dark and the light that I've got going on. Well, it's supposed to be speckled, Grim Nation. I think what I'll probably do is wait for it to cure and then touch it a bit more with the blending brush. Right now I don't want to be too aggressive with the blending, because if I come in here with a blending brush and go swoosh, it'll all just turn gray. If I leave this for a couple hours and then come in and drag a soft brush across it, then it will just
you're
ease
really focused, Thunderhead, but
the
your
edges
camera is not.
of the spots a bit more. So I think that's going to be a wait and see. Give it a little bit of a blend. I might actually darken up the knees even more because they don't really have that many spots on the knees. That's mostly just dark fur. So some of the spots down there seem a little inappropriate almost. So much of its chest is covered up, and I feel like that would be a good spot to get the coat in. Well, yeah, I've got that here, but I'm definitely I went for more warm tones on Firefoot. This did come out pretty good, though. Yeah, I'll probably let this sit, blend it a bit more, and then maybe do a little bit more spotting on it. But I'm going to let the coat cure before I do any more work on it. That way I can go right back to real lean paint. As it is right now, I'm having to go pretty fatty to get anything to stick. Remember the Lipizzan horses being all white? I think I remember a television commercial for them not long ago. I'm going to have to take a look at reference photos, because just offhand, I don't know what those horses look like. Grab some edges on the metals here, using some raw white. They're pretty much all white? Okay. Like I said, I'll take a look at some reference photos. Ugh, that's rough. Oh well. Ooh, I know what I should do. Do this and then that. Lean you out a little bit. I have used up way too much damn space on my palette. This is exactly the sort of... See, like, I wasted a lot of space here and here. Kind of limiting myself at this point. I do not need a bigger palette. I have a plenty big palette. What I need is better palette control, which is sort of the point of the palette cam, is to get me paying more attention to it. I mean, I could get a bigger palette, but, like, I'm not using the space efficiently. If I reach a point where I just need to use that many colors and do that much mixing, sure, I'll get a bigger palette, but I think this one's plenty big if I'm smarter. I believe in working on efficiency and painting smarter, not harder. In theory, at least. We'll see how that goes. Grab our edges here. God, this brush. This brush is working against me. I'm not sure why. It's better. Missed the beginning of the stream. Is this for a game or just to look great on the shelf? AJ Wheezy. This is for Conquest, The Last Argument of Kings by Parabellum Wargames. This is one of the Mounted Squires from their latest release for the 100 Kingdoms faction. Alright, a little bit more here. I'm just refining and doing fine detail work at this point. I am going to give myself one post-stream session on this guy. Because there are a couple of things I want to do that I realize as I get to this point that it's like I really need to let these oils sit for an hour to 2 hours before I do it. Just long enough for a storm report. There you go. There you go. Now we're thinking. That's way too fat. I'll make sure I use all the colors I've got down on my palette before I switch out to a fresh one, though. Because I try not to be too wasteful with my oil paints. You kind of can be wasteful with oil paints just because they go so damn far. But that doesn't mean you should be. Unless you just, you know, part of the hobby for you is completely wasting money, which at times I suppose it kind of is. Seem to work on 2 to 3 at a time. While working on one, the oils are setting on the other. Punishment, that will kill me. I mean, you're right, and that's a good idea. But I need to do a few more solo before I go crazy like that. Wipe my nose with the back of my arm, not the back of my hand. I made that mistake once tonight, and I got a little bit of titanium white on my nose. Yeah, before I can do 2 or 3 at once, which actually, I've got 2 of these guys left. Maybe we do these 2 at the same time. But I wanted to experiment with this one first and make sure that I was able to, that my wild and crazy ideas would pan out to something that looked like a decent paint job. I think the red is something I'm going to revisit, because it's really more brown than anything. I want to let that sit and then come back in and work on it some. Not a lot, though. I see, this is the part of me that wants the perfect to be the enemy of the good. It's the part of me that wants that. Who's like, maybe I'll just work another 9 hours. I'm like, no, fuck that. It's, you know what? It's fine. I was doing real well for a while, then I slowed down and I started overthinking things. I know you're thinking of Colombian white. I haven't done his shield at all yet, except for the edges. But since I'm going to be doing that in heraldic colors, I really did want to kind of leave that anyway. You know, it's really not that difficult, Terrashard. It's more a head game than anything else. The actual process of painting in oils is pretty straightforward. It's becoming more and more popular. There are more and more resources to learn how to do it. So if you're really interested, I'd ask around in the Discord. We got a number of people on the Thunderhead Studio Discord now who paint largely in oils. kind of gently tapping this white out here. So I see something that definitely needs doing, and let's just do it now. Thin this Terra Rosa plenty. And let's come in and add these warm tones into the bridle. I guess that would be the strapping on the face, right? That's the bridle. Can't help but notice that these horses don't have reins. I'm just going to assume that they're really, really well trained. A little fatter. Not much. Not much. Oh, thank you so much, Bulldozer. If enough people were to switch to oils, would the GW pots get cheaper, or would GW come up with an oils line? That's a great question, honestly. Not sure how Games Workshop would react to that. I think they would just continue to push... I mean, you know, part of the reason that acrylics are as popular as they are... I mean, there are a lot of reasons. I don't want to imply that Games Workshop is behind some sort of international conspiracy on behalf of big acrylic. But, they're just, you know, acrylics are easier. Acrylics are lower commitment. They're trying to bring people into the hobby, and it's easier to get into the hobby if you've got, like, a temporary painting... And a lot of us do. If you have, like, a temporary painting space, like, you don't have a dedicated space, but rather you're setting up on your coffee table or on your computer desk, in between other things, you have a family, you have pets, stuff like that, it's much, much easier to get into acrylics than it is oils. Is that true? I didn't realize that, Data Nerd. You don't need reins, so we're just going to assume that these horses are way better trained than those that the Household Knights ride. Okay. I mean, technically the Household Knights, they have reins. They don't hold on to the reins because they've got a shield and a lance. I suppose in theory they could sling the shield and pick up the reins, but, you know, they don't really hold them either. Let's grab this brush here. You have anything on you? Are you dirty? No. Just easing out some of the brush strokes on the face and across the muzzle since we've let that sit for a little bit. Ooh, that looks nice. Ooh, I like that. Oh, I like that a lot. That's more than good enough. Come on, maybe a little leaner. Going pretty fatty there at the end. Just get the basics in, give it a quick highlight on the bridle, and it should be good to go. Nerd Hollow, welcome in. Come on. There we go. I'm going to thin this out a little bit more because I want to come in over here. Just put a little bit of warmth. Little bit of warmth in on the metallics on the greaves. Not a lot, just a little bit. Just for some visual interest, since they're so close to the actual ground. Really haven't done shit with the hilt yet. I'm not going to worry about that right now. Detailing can come afterwards. A little bit more in here. Ooh, that's actually a bit much. Keep it easy. Yeah, I gotta let some of this rest before I do final detailing, or I'm gonna start working against myself. Just cleaning these edges up with a little bit of blendy blend on the parts that I overshot with. Admittedly, going with cool tones on the horse means that the armor kind of blends in a little bit with the coat, which I guess I could have done something about earlier, but I didn't, so whatever. It'll work out. It'll be okay. I go with a darker or a ruddier tone on some of the other horses, and the armor will stand out a little bit more. I don't want to touch up some blue around the face ring mail. Let's go ahead and do some yellow on the hilt of the sword. And I think that's the last thing we're going to do for tonight. I'm just going to kind of lay it in real fatty and then let it sit before I come back in and touch it with some Naples yellow and then finish up the non-metallics later. Just some simple yellow ochre. Oh, I neglected to do the... Maybe I'll choose... See, what I need to do at this point is choose just one or two bright colors to bring in here and add a little bit of interest. That's what it's missing. But shit, I'd say 95% on this guy. I'd say in one stream we did 95%, which is better than we did on the other guys, though admittedly those guys are largely non-metallic metal still. We aim for the stars that we might reach the clouds. Didn't quite meet my goal tonight, but got damn close. Today's a palindrome, according to... Yeah, it is. That would be... Wait, why am I forgetting the order to make the 2nd of February... There it is. There it is, thank you. 2202. Yeah. I had a moment there when I was like, wait, day, month, day, year? How do I tell time? My brain's a little fried. Give me a break. Give me a break for Godarung. How you doing, man? 41 Kings of War, man. He's planning on doing them in probably 3 to 4 sessions. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Like, everybody's tabletop standard is different. And I'd like these guys to look pretty special. And if I'm shooting for a tabletop standard like this, it's going to take me a while to get to a point where I can knock out that many in a single session. I think with some refinement, I could get a paint job like this down to about an hour. But this has been, like I said, largely experimental. We're speeding up a little bit as we go. Alright, chat. Let's have one final look at our work for today. Not quite finished. I want to do 1 or 2 more things to this guy before I'm going to call him done. Notably, the torso around his helmet is untouched, and the surface of his shield is untouched. Those are going to be 2 areas where I can add in a little bit more red. And I think I'm going to come into the horse, the blanket underneath the saddle, and add in just like some sap green, just a very earthy green color, just so there's a little bit more interest across the whole figure. But I feel pretty good about the horse's coat. I feel pretty good about most of the armor. I would say that we're at like 95%. And yeah, that's part of what I was trying to do to get today Grim Nation Hobbies is, like you said, work the whole model at once instead of focusing one area at a time and just doing that. This is a very achievable standard, I feel like. Not super happy with the red. I'm not super happy with the red, and I need to figure out how I want to approach that, but I'm not going to do red on both of the other guys. I think we're going to do, like, green on this fellow here, and I've already got a recipe for that green worked out. What I really like is, I'm going to have fun doing the armor on him, because he's got kind of like a battered breastplate with, like, these rents in it and everything. Work some earth tones in there, and go a little duller with the metal. I think that'll look interesting. That, and since he's not wearing a helmet, I won't have to worry about doing the metal up there. Similarly, this guy isn't going to be wearing a helmet, but I do have to do a banner for him. He's also got a wood grain shield, which will be simpler to do. He's risking a lot more than that because he is, like, okay. Let's see, what is this horse charging towards in theory? Oh my god! It's like a 15-foot tall ant mutant monster thing. I think between that and the cobblestone, he's got a little bit more to worry about with the Spire's Abomination. Alright, folks, give me just a minute. I am going to take... It is about time for the Storm Report, but I need to take a short bio break, grab myself... well, just stretch my legs for a second. Thank you, Grim Nation. Yes, thank you very much for that. I will be right back. And when I am, we'll launch right into the Storm Report and see what you fine folk have been sharing with us since the last stream. Don't go anywhere. Okay, and I'm back. Sorry for the delay, folks. Give me just a second to do a quick swishy clean on my brushes that I used tonight, which I didn't actually use. Well, no, I guess I used a handful. I used 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 brushes, though a few of these I used for like one thing, so that's not too bad. Didn't quite get to using my detail. I'm gonna sneeze. Excuse me. Data Nerd, the Abomination. So, I have an idea for how I want to do the paint scheme for my Spire Elves. Specifically, it's based on blue mussel shells. So, it's like a real deep blue with some kind of ruddy tones mixed in, and then a pair of kind of creamy mottled stripes coming in across the shoulders. Is my plan for how I'm gonna do that. I want to do, I want to test the scheme out on some Forcebound clones, and I want to do at least one of my Abominations to make sure that I like how it looks across the range. Not my Abomination, sorry, my Brutes, to make sure I like how it looks across the range, but the Abomination is going to be pretty early on. Now, I want to get these Mounted Squires done. I want to get my Household Knights done. Once those are done, I'm going right into the Spire Elves. I might actually go into the Spire Elves before I finish the Household Knights. I might just do the Mounted Squires and then start on the Spires, because I could use the palette cleanser, you know? I could go for a little bit of a break from all these goddamn humans that I'm painting. I don't think it'll be long before I paint the Abomination. It's a big model, it's an interesting model, it's a centerpiece, and I very much want to paint it. I've been holding off on figuring out exactly what I'm going to do with the bases for my spires, and exactly how what I want to paint the pace, what I want to base the paint scheme on. That's the word. But now that I've got that pretty well figured out, and I've dwelled on it for a while, and I haven't changed my mind, I'm feeling pretty good about it. I would say reasonably next month. Like, I could see painting the Abomination in March. Just giving my brushes a little clean here. So how do you guys like the palette cam? Those of you who have been sticking with the stream, who have been watching, who have been actually looking at the palette camera, does this seem like a worthwhile addition while I'm doing this? It has definitely kept me more conscious of how I'm using my palette and given me some ideas on how not to waste quite so much space. Yeah, then you can... then you know exactly what I'm doing wrong. It's perfect, right? Time stop, we're gonna be trying that out on Tuesday. This upcoming Tuesday. The next stream, my intent is to oil paint one of these two. I'm undecided on which pose I want to do, but one of these two mechs is going to be oil painted, is the intent. Probably in a Grey Death Legion paint scheme. This one? You think this one? I do like this pose. It's the classic. We started to do mechs in oils a while ago, and I wasn't quite where I wanted to be as far as being comfortable with the process. Where did he wind up? I've got him here. Where is he? I have this whole rack of models right above my light bar here, but I don't always know where I put things on it. I would swear it was right here, because this is where most of my mechs are. Son of a bitch. I didn't take it anywhere. I know that I left it here. Where is that stupid Shadowhawk? I know it's right in front of me and I just can't see it. I wanted to show it to you. If I stare at it for another 5 minutes, maybe it'll present itself? No? Okay, screw me, I guess. Anyway, we did start a Shadowhawk in Great Death Legion colors, and I just wasn't really happy with it yet. Like I said, I wasn't totally comfortable with thinning, with applying fat over lean. I needed to work more on the theory, and since then I've gotten a lot better at it. So we're gonna give it another try. No, that Shadowhawk is stupid. Shadowhawks in general, as a category, are fucking awesome. God, we're not far from the point where I'm gonna have to give away some of these Vaders. By the way, I need to come back to touch up and finish this Vader that we started. This is the better of the two Vaders that we've done in oils so far. He needs a couple of finishing touches. Mostly he needs his lightsaber adjusted so that his golden angle is a little bit farther forward. But I'm really happy with how this Vader came out. We've got 2 of them now. And we're going to be working on a 3rd here in the near future. I need to schedule our paint session for Vader number 3. But these have both come out pretty good. I'm going to be giving these away as part of our 2000... God damn, it is... Look at that lightsaber. Isn't it amazing how much better the Naples yellow highlight looks? Look at that. As opposed to pure titanium white that I did on this first one. Oof. Oof. Anyway, we hit 2,000 follows, which is only about, what is it, 75? 78 follows away. Not that many. We're going to be giving these 2 away. They're not going to be permanently based. They're going to be lightly attached to a standard Grey Legion base like this, the intent being that you can then attach it to any base you want, or stick with the standard Imperial base. I figure Vader's a good one to give away, because Vader is Vader is Vader is Vader. Shadowhawks are good looking, but play meh. Yeah, I'm mostly into them because of how they look, honestly. I fell in love with them a long time ago. Well, that's because I did that, AJ Wheezy. Like, that's just, you know, a wise connection on your part. Yeah, I've got several Gamblin Radiants on the way, Grim Nation, and I'm excited to try them out because I'm really trying to not use titanium white for almost anything. But yeah, we're going to give these 2 Vaders away at 2,000 followers, and I think maybe the 2,000 follower celebration is where we're going to finally put paint to this Vader. This is the final Vader, and I've got some fun ideas for how to do him. We're definitely going to be sticking with the blue palette for his armor, helmet, etc. We're definitely going to be doing the red OSL from the lightsaber, and I think we're going to do a green glow coming up from below and catching like the underside of his helmet. And in my head, what I'm thinking is that, first of all, red, green, blue. Perfect fucking triad palette to work with. One of the most striking palettes that the human eye is capable of perceiving. So I think that's going to look really fucking good. And on top of that, I'm kind of thinking thematically, you know, in a George Lucas sense, like, you know, it's poetry, it rhymes. I'm thinking blue in the middle is Anakin, red is Vader, and then the green glow is Luke, right? Right? Doesn't that kind of work? All 3 represented. The man, his fall, and his redemption. Come on, it's brilliant, people. Yeah, I got a tube of the Radiant White, also. People say that the Radiant White is really something, and I'm excited to try it out. Alright, let me rearrange my business here. Get these guys out of my way so I don't knock them over or anything crazy like that. I'm pretty happy with how this guy has turned out. I do want to adjust the horse's coat a little bit, but I'm thinking we're just going to take lessons learned and apply them forward on doing more dappled gray coats. Leather needs a little bit of work, not much. Red definitely needs some work, and then detailing like the sword shield and the torso around his helmet, and then his face. And I'll be about ready to call this model done. I also, after I get done painting, I'm going to flock some grass down in here to add a little bit of green, a little bit of interest to the base. But shit, for just sitting down and painting for 3 hours or so, this came out nice. I'll tell you, my speed is way, way up from where it was. Way, way up from where it was. I'm basically a modern-day George Lucas to Square. Basically. Alright, let me get this crap out of my way. Except I complain, I don't know, I feel like Lucas behind closed doors probably complains quite a lot. And that goes right there. That worked out nice. Alright. I'm moving away from the Wintons. I've got a lot of the Winton oil colors. I'm moving more into artist oil colors and a number of others. But it's where I started. We all got to start someplace, right? Stack those up there. Get myself something to drink. Get my mouse going. All right, let's move over to the Storm Report and see what you fine folk have been sharing.
All right, locusts and gentlemechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glurp paint and wet palates with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report. Brought to you by viewers like you.
I am Data Nerd. I am completely out of beer at the moment. I care about cinema way more than being able/willing to settle for... Yeah. I don't want to sit here on the internet and be like, I'm so much smarter and better than George Lucas. Because George Lucas just sold his fucking brainchild for... I say just. Years ago now, George Lucas sold his brainchild for billions and billions of fucking dollars, so... Me sitting here and claiming to be smarter than that man is asinine. But, he is a jackass, and kind of a lazy jackass, to boot. Alright, let's see what we got. Looks like we got a few entries tonight, starting off with Ren. Oh, we're memeing, are we? You're an Imperial citizen. Your kid has 3 arms. They start talking about how being eaten is their kink. Wait, what? What? Is this... Is this Gene Stealer memes? Is that what I'm seeing here? Oh my god. Oh my god, Ricky Bobby Paints! Welcome in, Ricky Bobby. You know, I agree. If you're not first, you're last. We're doing pretty good. With your cat at the bottom, aww, kitty cats make best memes. I like the Gene Stealer cults. I like them quite a lot. I've got a bunch of Gene Stealers I need to get around to painting at some point. I want to refine my oil style before I do anything like that. I'm not buying anything Games Workshop. Probably... I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say that I'm not going to buy a Games Workshop ever again. That's another one of those things. It's asinine to say. I probably will at some point. But I haven't for a long time. I own enough unbuilt Games Workshop models that I should paint. That eventually we're going to do some of that. And I think oils on Gene Stealers could look really fucking cool. Oh my god, I'm excited about that. Ricky Bobby, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Let's keep going here. We have from Mafik random photography for my boredom, since my burnout really takes some time to cool off. Just go easy on yourself, Mafik. Just go easy on yourself, Mafik. That burnout is very real, and, you know, okay, we all deal with it differently, but personally, how I've found to deal with it in myself, and I would encourage you to explore this if it seems like it would help you, or give it a try if you're struggling to find coping mechanisms for artistic burnout. Just let it go, man. just do something else. If you're motivated to work on something else, work on what you're motivated to do, because you're not going to do as good a work. You're not going to art as well if you're not feeling passionate about it. And if you ignore it long enough, the passion will come back. Eventually it'll be like, I feel like working on that thing. I feel like doing it. Oil paints for me have been a wonderful way to kind of get over some of the burnout that I was experiencing earlier this year. Deal with artistic burnout by doing something much harder. Yeah, Rio deals with it by breaking reality. Maybe you try that. You know, that's something. Not allowed to paint them on stream. It's against the rules. There's an interesting tradition that we have here. First of all, nice photograph of this. I like the lighting on it, too. The natural daylight from one angle giving us some real good shadows. So brutal. So brutal. So many spikes. Such laser sword. Nicely done, Mafik. Yeah, it's one of the reasons I don't do commissions, Ricky Bobby. They burn me out, and then on top of that, when I send them away, I cry and cry and cry because I like to keep everything that I painted. There you go. Yeah, just work on photography. It'll come back to you. It'll come back to you. What was I saying before that? I forgot. I was saying something, couldn't have been that important. Okay, moving on. Here we have from Larabic Squigs. Replace Night Goblins with Forest to fit my theme. Should add a bit of bite to the army. A bit of bite. I see. I see what you did there. Because they're Squigs. And they're basically just big walking bites. I love, love, love that deep, deep blue and then the yellowed fangs. That is a wonderful bit of contrast. I'll bet they look... I mean, we're kind of seeing them at an approximation of average viewing distance here. And they look really fantastic. You can actually pick out the various parts of the models against the green. Really vibrant green on the gobbo standing behind them. My God. I haven't seen this model before. Is that poor goblin being eaten? It's horrible. Oh my God, Squigs are terrifying. Lovely work on this. Again, really damn vibrant, and I like the kind of stone effect that you have going on the blades. Good looking unit, Larabic. Alright, let's keep coming down. Here we have from Grim Nation Hobbies. Wah is in the air. Not a finished model, waiting on my Luke's APS order to arrive. 32-minute paint job. Things could be better, but I am satisfied with it. Can't they always be better? Okay, it wasn't 32 minutes, just over 2 hours. That's better. Thank you. Thank you for not wounding me like that. Skin turned out nicely. It was not always so nice. Messed up when applying the shading, somehow muddied everything, but understanding oils and how pigments work is a great thing. I agree. Just have to ask yourself, what plus this garbage I am looking at will get me where I want to be? Well, yeah, no, this is absolutely the truth. What plus this piece of shit will get me into something that looks okay? You can always add. You can always add to it. And if it's really bad, you can always just go in with some white spirits, some solvents, pull out what you don't like, let it sit and cure for a little bit, come back to it, repaint it. Oils are incredibly forgiving. They're incredibly forgiving. They're much more forgiving than acrylics. You don't have to work as frantically or at such a breakneck pace to get really, really good effects. But let's take a look. Hold on. Oh yeah. Apply, blend, and dance. Aw, ain't he cute? I love the skin tones on this guy. This came out nice. Nice and smooth, nice and simple. Not overly highlighted, but effectively so. I definitely have a tendency to lean too far into my highlights, and with acrylics, I told myself I would never really bother that much with careful blending because it took so much extra time and effort, so I adapted my painting style into something that didn't take much blending. And now that I'm working with oils and I'm capable of blending, I don't think of it as much. And there's a kind of an irony to that. There really is. But I'm getting better at it. I'm getting better. That's what matters. This came out wonderfully. I really, really like the red on this, too. I like how he's obvious... you can see how he was stitched into the heart, too. That's a wonderful touch. Nicely done, Grim Nation Hobbies. Here we have from Shock21, neat shot of a tree shadow from a full moon on a fresh coat of snow. Ooh-wee. That is a bright night. That is a real bright night. Very cool. I love... This doesn't last very long. That virginal, perfect snow, it does not last very long, particularly not out here. We get it for maybe one night, and then it's just covered in fucking rabbit tracks, and then somebody drives over it, and it's still better out here than it is in the city. Every time I drive into the city after a snow, I feel so bad for everyone there, because if you live in the city, you just get that shit snow, you know? If it snows, it immediately turns into sludgy, horrible, dirty, oily awfulness that sticks to literally fucking everything. So I very much feel for those folk. But, I intentionally try to avoid walking across certain expanses of snow. Just to leave it nice and pristine right up until it melts, because it's so pleasant. And yes, very much calming. Because everything in the city is coated with film. Yeah, no, it is. It's just that the snow makes it very, very visible. Lovely shot. Lovely shot, Shock 21. Here we have from Dr. Rhino. I love this scheme. He's been working on this scheme for this latest Chaos. I want to say this is a commission. Almost everything Dr. Rhino does is a commission. It's such a lovely green. I love how he's gone with the ruddy reddish undertones to the green, which really helps to set off that like bright lime. I really like what he's done with the base. The bases are very, very simple. There's a little bit of texture, but for the most part it's just color. And we go from like this really deep indigo color all the way up to like a cerulean sky blue. It's very, very pleasant, and it contrasts with that sort of nasty, livid flesh tone, the slightly bronzy, dirty, oily metallics, and then that bright green. It's a simple paint scheme, but it's effective, and this is the highlight of so much of what Dr. Rhino has been doing lately, where it's not really that complex a paint scheme. It's just well considered, well applied, and it's striking on the tabletop. It is truly something to aspire to, and it's just wonderful work. Wonderful work, Dr. Rhino. I believe the scientific term for that kind of snow is depressing gray yuck. I can think of less kind words than that. Here we have from Nanotanks. Feels like the flying circus, as I always seem to be introducing my contributions, is now for something completely different. This is the British unit for the game system, the Silver Bayonet. Beyond it being a 19th century game with supernatural jobbies, I know very little. The figures are 28mm and by North Star. I've seen North Star minis in the past. Huh. I know literally nothing about this game. I appreciate the over-the-top cartoonish style of sculpting that we have going on here. Everybody is just a flagrant stereotype. Homeboy has about the most impressive mustache that anyone has ever grown. Oh my god. Look at the mutton chops on this. I mean, I can only imagine this man speaks with the most disgusting Cockney accent on the planet Earth. And just, holy crap, those mutton chops are out of control. This guy's like some bizarre combination of a Napoleonic soldier and Yosemite Sam. The bag is his mustache maintenance. Yeah, that's all this is. This is entirely male hygiene products. I like the color palettes. Everything is nice and subdued while still being interesting. Nothing overly cartoonish. Good job on the faces overall. Now, is this for a commission, Nanotanks? It says the British unit for the game system, the Silver Bayonet, and you don't know anything about it. Okay, you're doing this as a commission for somebody else. Okay. I'm sure they'll be very, very pleased with it. The figures look fucking fantastic. I really like the kind of dirty white that you got on the trousers on a number of these fellows, too. Pure white clothing is just not something that really exists, is it? I really like the leather on the pouches and the holsters. Simple, effective, and excellent. Silver Bayonet is Napoleonic horror. Oh my god, my brain. Napoleonic horror. That is not a genre I have literally ever heard of before. I'm mildly interested, I have to say, though. I don't know if it's something I would get into, but I am interested in it. You know what I have are a bunch of Malifaux figures I never finished painting, and that made me think of that. Obviously, that's not set in Napoleonic times, but it is a sort of a weird history, pseudo-horror setting, which is kind of fun. 90 minutes per figure? Not bad at all, Nanotanks. They look a whole hell of a lot better than that. Here we have from Squared, legally you're not allowed to have a free Worlds League force without an Orion. I believe that's true. You also have to have an Awesome, but that's beside the point. The CGL Mini looks better than it did in renders, but the tiny cockpit glass at angles made it difficult to paint. I think, yeah. I agree, it looks better than it did in the renders, and part of the reason that I like the Orion is that it is ugly. The Orion is an ugly mech. It is a hideous abomination. It is an amalgamation of architecture and shapes that don't belong together. Particularly if you look at its two disparate, ridiculous fucking arms. And that's kind of why I love it. It is a hideous mech. And, I don't know, for some reason that makes it more appealing to me than its big brother, the Atlas. Which is basically just an Orion on steroids. I can't quite put my finger on what it is that endears the Orion to me, but I do like it quite a lot. It definitely, the new CGL sculpt suffers from the same weakness that I feel like a lot of the CGL sculpts do, which is... I don't think they were really thinking that much about making painters' jobs easy on them when they designed the cockpit, and I wish they had. I wish they had, because they have the opportunity to make major redesigns, and if you're going to do any major redesign to mechs for releasing a new line of figures, it should be with the fact that people are going to paint them in mind. Now, this is not as bad as some of them, like the Thunderbolt, which is almost unpaintably small, but is definitely a little janky, and is definitely divided into two parts when it didn't need to be. You can do the Orion with just like sort of a swoop, like Samus, you know, like Samus's visor, that little. You could do that without the strut in the middle, and the whole thing would immediately become easier to paint, and it would acquire a nice volumetric shape to it, which would give you a really good guide when you're doing the highlighting. I think you did a good job. I think you did a great job for what you have to work with. I love the little spots of glare, and it definitely pops out, but they made your job harder on you than it had to be. They gave all the cockpits the last... Yeah. I think that there were a few failures in consideration across the entire line of the new CGL mechs. Vergaderung, I think that they almost entirely failed to consider that people would be painting the models, because the cockpits are almost all too small. And as much as I appreciate the updated aesthetics, like, and this isn't as bad as some of them, but it's like they put so many panel lines and so many little greeblies and bits and bobs, and that's fine and everything, but you've got to leave some spaces for fucking decals on these mechs. Decals are such a... Like, decals aren't necessarily a huge part of every single model range. If you're making fantasy minis, you don't really have to consider decals that much, with the notable exception of, like, on shields. But you look at, like, Games Workshop figures, do you think that Space Marines have big, smooth shoulder plates solely because they look good? And they have it because people put decals on those shoulders. This is a big spot that is designed specifically to put a decal on. And I feel like they could have considered some more of that when they were redoing this line, but they didn't. And it's unfortunate. It is unfortunate. Again, the Orion has a couple better spots. Like these panels on the thighs are kind of okay, but there's not much else to work with on the shoulders, or like this spot up here would have been a good one to leave without random panel lines that don't mean anything, but here they are. Lead CGL designer only started painting like last year. I think that a number of CGL's efforts are marred by the fact that they got into making things for a hobby that they don't fully understand. Creative Juggernaut. Black Knights. Yeah. But you did a good job to Square. You did a damn good job. You should. Decals are a really easy way to punch up a paint job, and they're so damn easy to apply. I should do a stream where I apply a few decals. They're pretty brainless. You need one, or you need, like, really get yourself some micro set, some micro sol, and then some gloss. What do you need? You need some gloss varnish, you need some micro set, you need some micro sol, you need a pair of the squeeze release tweezers, and you don't really need a special varnish past the gloss, because just whatever standard varnish you're using over that is going to be just fine. Oh, it is Vergaderung. I fucking hate the crab cockpit. It was perfectly, like, the MechWarrior Online redesign of the crab is one of the best things that they did, and it looked great, and then they put the cockpit all the way down in the nose, and it's like, oh, that just looks like garbage. It looks terrible. And CGL's King Crab is basically just the MechWarrior Online King Crab, made a little smoother, a little less blocky. Like, yeah. I'll stop complaining about it. I'm just going to say that I wish that some people who had experience painting had a voice in that design process. Oh, that's what AJ Wheezy... I agree with AJ Wheezy. Way too thin. I do agree with that as well. Here we have from Lore Friendly. First mini since August? Well, hey, that's something, getting back on the horse. Decided to try something new with the army scheme, go with the more comic book style, with bright colors and black outlines in places. Yeah, I think that works pretty well on Necrons, actually. For something I can airbrush and slap paint on, it came out really nicely. Excuse me, only trouble now is figuring out an easy basing scheme that would fit. Any recommendations? Also, white balance is horribly off looking at this again. That's VMC Ivory and Vermilion, not cold white and pink. The Vermilion actually comes across. It's not as pink as you might be afraid. It does appear very, very stark white, though. So, white and red. I'm going to say green or blue. You can do really complex basing, or it seems like what you're going for here is, though, you haven't been super motivated to paint, but you'd like to paint an army. And if that's the case, I would go with something like... I'm not going to recommend any Games Workshop texture products, but if you get just something simple like Vallejo Sandy Paste in almost any color, it is set in an acrylic medium, so you can just put paint right down on top of it, scrape out a thin layer of the Sandy Paste on here, and then paint it in like a really, really dark green and dry brush it up with a couple of successive greens for like an olivine kind of look, or blue. Do like a P3 coal black dry brushed up through like Rainy River Designs lighter blue black. What is the lighter one called? Is it also called coal gray? Hang on, I've got it here. Not oil spill. Yeah, coal gray. Actually, Rainy River Designs Coal Gray Dark up through Coal Gray Light would be a good choice for that. But because you have gone with the white and the red, I would definitely go with a blue or a green. I wouldn't worry too much about it looking like realistic. They're Necrons. They're regenerative metal skeletons from the far future in a galaxy filled with habitable worlds for some reason. So just go for something wacky. Go for something that's gonna punch up your paint scheme. So I'm saying like an olive green or like a nice blue black, maybe up through like a teal or a turquoise. Ooh, actually that would look nice. If you started with like Rainy River Designs Coal Gray and then dry brushed up through like a nice vibrant turquoise, that would look really cool and it would really set off all these colors. So I'd say consider something like that. The paint scheme looks great though, Lore Friendly, and I'm glad that you're back on the horse, man. Here we have from Cav Tankerous Miniatures, action shot from a game of Battletech Destiny with Machine God Ur. This was the end of turn 10 in which the mission we were playing ends. His Lyrans and my mercenaries fought to a draw with 3 mechs either destroyed or crippled and withdrawn each. He had a King Crab, 000B, Warhammer 6R, Catapult C4, Hollander 2, F5, versus my Koshi B, Warhound, WLF2, Blackjack, BJ3, and Hellbringer Prime. I like this. It's a very cinematic shot. The shallow depth of field really focusing on the Wolfhound here. The singular medium laser peeking out of his back at us as he surveys the remnants of the battlefield. And because the Lyran paint scheme is so stark and so striking, we can still make it out, even in the blurry background. Oh, this poor Blackjack. This poor Blackjack. He's never going to be able to get up again. The poor son of a bitch doesn't even have any arms. Continue to love this paint scheme that you worked up, Cav Tankerous. The red, the bronze, the black, simple, effective, identifiable. I love it. And I love seeing you actually getting out there and playing some games, man. That is the ticket. So many of us have been painting for these last few years. Actually getting out there and rolling dice is such a hassle, it seems like. Here we have from Roland. This is not mine, but my friend Kiffles, and I'm super proud of him for this. This is a Pokemon of some description. Is this Lugia? Is that who it is? Yeah, that's my joke, Grim Nation Hobbies. Wait, you can play games with these minis? I was out of Pokemon before this became a thing, but I remember the name because this was, like, I was still kind of aware of some of the new ones, and I'm pretty sure this was on the... It was on the cover of whatever Pokemon game it was that came out, the generation that I got out of. Pokemon Silver? Maybe something like that? Luigia, it's the me. Is this 3D printed, Roland? It's very interesting. It was the main thing of the Pokemon movie. No, a Pokemon movie, Riot Sister. It was the main thing of a Pokemon movie. Because I watched the first Pokemon movie, and this son of a bitch wasn't anywhere in it. That movie was about Mewtwo. And then I've also seen Detective Pikachu, and that one was also about Mewtwo. On the cover of Gen 2 Silver version. Okay, that's what I'm thinking of then, Drakari. This looks 3D printed and is fairly interesting. I like it. I particularly like this funny little splash. I don't understand it, but I like it. Here we have from Kursala. Oh my god. Grumble Thud. When a streamer complains about a random person or thing derived from Shmone. I see the developers added a new Grumble Thud event. Do we know if it's any good? I don't complain about random people or things. I complain about very specific people and things. Very specific. I'll have you know. Pokemon 2000, I didn't even watch that one. Yeah. Why is he on a washing machine? Because we all have to be somewhere, Drakari. Why not on top of a washing machine? I always feel attacked by Jackbox games. Only because I'm the subject of half of them, apparently. Moltres, Zapdos, Articuno, and some... Okay, now Moltres, Zapdos, Articuno were the 3 original legendary birds, and those were a part of the original 151, weren't they? And yeah, I guess Lugia got added to that? I don't know. I had all 3 of those. I had holographic cards of all 3 of those way back in the day. Here we have from Wheezy. Think I'm going to call this Gargoyle Seed done. Did some freehand sharks, which I think look okay. Cockpits are still a bit rough, but this is my 3rd or 4th attempt, and it's as good as it'll get. Again, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. The splashes around the feet should continue to go clear as the texture dries. Base is supposed to be a river, so I used some darker shades of blue. The water is a combination of Vallejo still water and Vallejo water texture for the splashes. Overall, I'm quite happy. I think it will be a good surprise gift. Yeah, this does look nice. It looks like you came in and refined things a little bit more. You added some black lining. You broke things. Now, I remember seeing this guy before. It looks like we've added a little bit more contrast between the white and the blue, and we've broken up some of the blue areas. Again, I didn't have much good advice to give on the cockpit because, like we were saying, the cockpits are not well designed for painting purposes, but you've got the color in there. It's suggestive enough of it. Also, yeah, he's got like a horrible shark mouth. I think this looks great. That's fucking excellent. The basing is interesting. This is actually pretty cool. I like how you've kind of made it look like the whole hex is the water, and then his feet are just kind of crashing through it. This is a very, very neat effect. This makes me think of like Pacific Rim. You know, when Gypsy's, like, making its way through the waist-deep water. Obviously, this is much more shallow, but it's kind of the same idea. I know that we mentioned it before, but man, the lensing on these medium lasers. The lensing on these medium lasers are gorgeous. That is so effective. Oh, it looks like we toned down the red a little bit, too. The entire barrel was red on the weapons before, wasn't it? It looks like we're just down to the tips. Or maybe we only saw it from the front. I can't remember which. Either way, the changes made have gone a long way on this mech. It looks like we toned down some of the white, too. This is excellent. This is excellent. And if this is a gift, somebody is going to be really, really fucking excited. Fantastic work, Wheezy. Here we have from 7up Man. My son, whose urban mech I showed some time ago, received a raven. I can't talk tonight, like at all, for some reason. Received a Raven and Red Lancer's livery from the Secret Santa. Now that he got an Annihilator, he wanted to do it in the same manner. Granted, it's hard for a 12-year-old kid to emulate the incredible glazing job he got from a guy my age, but I think it's close enough. I've seen 12-year-olds who paint better than people our age, man. I really have. The base decoration is eggshell on PVA glue, painted with Citadel Iron Warriors with a helping of Nuln oil. That's actually pretty good. That's actually pretty good. Red is a tricky color. And I think that this red is like the red on the Raven is just a little more orange. It's just a little more orange, but not even that much. This is pretty close. Oh my god, I cannot unsee the face right here. It's just like, it's all that I can see. With the 2 little green lasers and everything. Oh my god. Oh, I know my original 151 Drakari. Oh, I know him. Honestly, this looks really close. The one on the right is a bird mech. He does kind of look like that, doesn't it? I don't understand the appeal of the Annihilator. Personally, I've never really liked the Annihilator, but the Annihilator has a following for whatever reason. It's such a goofy looking mech, oh my god. But I really just, the face right here. Oof. Oof. As far as simply comparing paint jobs, this is a fantastic job. If he is going to continue painting mechs in this scheme and trying to match them to this is, again, very close. The only thing that I would say is have him do a little bit more of a final orange highlight on the top surfaces, and you'll be almost identical to this. Almost identical. You got the blue matches really nicely, the base red matches well, it's just a little bit of orange and you'll absolutely be there. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. And tell him to keep up the good work, man. We gotta start him young. We gotta start him young. By the time he's your age, he'll be painting us all under the damn table, which I don't even know what that means, but it doesn't sound good. 7-Up, thank you for sharing that with us. Yeah, I'm with you on that one, Shock21. Here we have from Cybern Knight, our very own Notorious Maximus. And I'll go ahead and say right now, guys, you can always hit ! Metalcore in chat to get a link over to Metalcore Collectibles, where you can see all of Cybern Knight's work. And it's fucking amazing. Okay, just take a bit of a break. Yeah, right. God, I know that feeling. Instead, I whipped up a couple quick tanks based on the Sprinter for STL samplers. And this is exciting, because apparently he's going to be selling STLs soon. And he's whipping up some samples so that you can download and try them before you buy anything from them. I think that is a wonderful policy to have. The Hermit support tank and the Ruffian defense tank, because all militias need some cannon fodder. Basically just some quick and dirty designs making use of an existing base, the Sprinter hull, with a pair of variants each. The Hermit is done, Ruffian's still very much work in progress, but liking its overall feel so far. Definitely gonna need a new turret though. I like this. I like this with the twin LRM-15s, I'm guessing is what we're looking at here. I like how they're kind of layered and offset from one another. That's very cool. And then just the singular LRM-20 for the R1. Soon. Soon. It'll be nice. It'll be nice to be able to just sit at home and print off MCC stuff. I've always liked the way you do your LRMs. I like these funny little greebly clips that kind of come around in front of the main tubes and how you do the hexagonal missiles. Very nice. Very, very nice, particularly for samplers. And I appreciate the policy of having print samplers, because before you sink a bunch of money into files from someone, it's always nice to grab something of theirs and print it out so that you can tell, like, does this person have any fucking clue what they're doing? And the quality of MCC's work is going to speak for itself. Well, this is coming together pretty well. I like the round barrel. Wait, what all is he supposed to have? I'm guessing... is that S-LAS? Large LAS? LRM-15? LRM-10. Dupe, I can't tell if these are additional missile tubes or if that's just funny geometry. LL, LRM-15, and small laser. Okay, I had it right. I had it right. Lovely. Lovely work, Cybern Knight, and I look forward to those becoming available. Here we have from the POV-42, the Rainy River Distribution Fleet on patrol in a desolate sector of space in search of profit, new exotic pigments, and/or competitor fleets to smash. Thanks to Kursala for both the name and all the paints used on these ships, I'm working up for 1 billion suns. I have so many 1 billion suns ships, and I just completely lost motivation on painting them. I also got a little fancy with the photo settings here. I think it worked out okay. More light. More light. You've done a good job of dulling and making the black disappear on the bases and for the backdrop. The minis are just a little bit dim. The red is so rich. So rich. I love the look of it, and I love the look of this guy back here, which you can tell. This is the one we saw before that has like the little carrier deck on the side of it. And I know Rainy River Designs makes such wonderful paints, which, by the way, you can always hit ! Rainy River in chat to get a link over to Rainy River Designs, where you can find acrylic paints, you can find flocking materials, you can find some minis, which I really need to... I got them freshly primed up, and I think we're going to be trying these out here in the near future. They've just been sitting. I've been waiting for inspiration for a paint scheme for them, but I need to actually just put some paint down on them. And it's a good excuse to bust out my Rainy Rivers paints. Still have 2 ships to model for my fleet. Yeah, I've got some of yours printed, by the way, Ion Raptor. And I did some bases for them. That's a project I need to return to, because I was really on to something with that, but I never finished them. And I'd love to do up a base, particularly for your larger cruiser figures, because those are so damn cool, dude. But I'm going to say, yeah, just blast these with more light. Keep all your settings the same, more light. Doing miniature photography is so tricky, and you almost always need more light than you realize. I've shared some pictures of my photo tents in the past, but I could go ahead and share some more. I really blast my models with light, just a blinding amount. That's about the only way that you can really tweak your camera settings and you know, drop your sensitivity low enough to get really crisp and interesting photos. Still, POV 42, that is a huge step in the right direction, and that red came out wonderfully. Here we have from Merlin Models. It's a thing. Oh my god. Oh my god, we're painting an ancient dreadnought, removing an old fine cast and drilling holes. Looks like we're bending some guitar string into place to replace the old hoses. Insert a guitar string shaped using round nose pliers. Oh, this is some old school modeling here. I haven't done anything like this since like 2010. You beautiful bastard. First drilled 1mm, then drilled 1.5mm so as not to stress the resin. Finished with paint. The fact that this is fine cast. First of all, fine cast is off. Oh, this is for the Inquisitor. This is for, what's his name? We've seen some work on this before. It's like, it's a dreadnought legs and most of a dreadnought torso, but then there's a throne that the Inquisitor's sitting on. I can't remember his name. I'm glad that you're continuing to work on this, Merlin, because I've wanted to see this one finished for a while. I mean, you can tell because it has the big inquisitorial sigil on the side, and then it has the, like, big, you know, organ pipe-style exhaust ports. Karamazov, thank you. He's named for the brothers Karamazov something. It was like an author, maybe? I don't know. I'm not historically literate to remember who he's named after. I just know that he's named after a historical figure and or author. Possibly fictional character that an author wrote about. I don't know. I should probably learn more about these things before I go saying them, but I've already said it, so, you know, I've made this bed, now I have to sleep in it. That's some damn careful work. Like, those ports are very, very small, and Finecast is a garbage material, Merlin. You are a brave man, but I think that was worth it. Here we have from Roland. Oh, he got his hands on some of those Kiernan main battle tanks. These are some tanks you can get from Rainy River Designs, and man, did these come out nice. I cannot wait to see some paint getting slapped down on these bad boys. I see that the Mountain Dew cans have begun to multiply yet again. Roland has returned to his roots. Oh my god, Mountain Dew Raspberry Lemonade? That's a thing? What is the world coming to? Oof. These Kiernans look so good. If you head on over to Rainy River Designs, you can check out some better renders and shots of these tanks. They are so fucking cool and worked up as a joint project between Project Dark Fox, Cavtankerous Minis, and Chrysala of Rainy River. This is a design that truly was born in the cauldron of the Thunderhead Studio Discord, and I am so immensely proud to, I had nothing to do with its creation other than just kind of standing back and watching it happen. But I'm so very happy that these very creative individuals were able to get together and make this into a reality from nothing more than an ocean. Oh, let's see. Here we have from Kursala, first finished and painted Rhino tank, ready to roll through the streets of Trinity City and fuck up some raiders. God, it's a... I really like the wheels. The wheels are so much better than the treads. It is a... It's an ugly tank in the best possible way. When I say ugly, I mean ugly in the same sense that the Orion is ugly. It's asymmetrical, it's nasty, it's got vertical launch LRM tubes, it's got a flat, blunted front, and a big, nasty rotary autocannon. This is a cool fucking tank, Kursala. I love the design. I'm gonna have to get my hands on one of these. I'll tell you what, though. I owe you a number of paint jobs at this point. I got 2 of your tanks right in front of me that I'm going to make sure get done here in the near future, and then I'd like to get my hands on one of these Rhinos and add it to the lineup. Oh, you know, I try not to take credit for anything like that, though, Data Nerd. It always feels awkward for me, but I'm very, very happy that it happened. So just making the tires darker, yeah, a little bit of work here, maybe some, or if you did the hull in like red and then did the tires in blue, they'd stand out more, but I think the chunkiness is definitely there. Those look fucking great. Oh, shut up, Grim Nation. Here we have from Ion Raptor. Getting close to being done with the Arbalest. Doing work like this is so much different than when I'm just doing whatever I please. It's close enough to done that I put some paint on it and sent it through Keyshot. Kablam! So this is the new figure that was commissioned by Rick Graham of White Light Media for Revelations Skirmish. The art was done by Jungle Plague, and then the physical design, the actual model, is being done up by Ion Raptor, and it looks so damn cool, man. Now, Ion Raptor, is this one gonna be part of the Core Republic forces? Do you know which faction it's for? I feel like he said the Arbalest is for Core Republic. Which will be nice, because most of the Revelations forces that I have are Core Republic, and I really want an excuse to paint one of these. I like the cockpit glass in the context of battle mechs because it's such a part of the lore, but I appreciate that all the Revelations mechs have armored pilot compartments and cameras. It's a unified design aesthetic across the entire line. If I got it wrong, I've printed a shitload. Of Revelation Skirmish? Yeah, I've printed way more than I've painted. I've painted 2 tanks, 2 mechs, and a couple stands of infantry for the Core Republic. I have more primed. And then I've got Union of Stars. I've got 2 goblins. The missiles might need some spreading out. They're very tightly clustered. They're very, very tightly clustered. But at the same time, these mechs are a larger scale than Battletech. So I would want to see these physically, like, these wind up being like twice as tall as most battle mechs, so I'd want to see this in scale next to something else before I make any judgment on that. And this one was born in the Art Society, though. Yeah, people who circulate in Thunderhead Studios Discord, certainly, but also in many other places. Lovely work, Ion Raptor. And folks, give Ion Raptor a follow. He'll sit and do work on things like this live on stream, and it is so worth checking out, particularly if you have any interest in hard surface modeling for 3D printing. Oh, here we have from the Bug King. Oh no, it's an Instagram post. Oh, okay, I can click on it. Fantastic. Wait, hold on. The product of mad 2 months of work. Latest commission piece done at Warcast Studios for major construction and sculpting by Dr. Rhubarb. Paint, wiring, and Micro City by me. Oh man. What the? Now this is, first of all, this is a bigature. Not a miniature, since it fills up most of a room. It's like a giant tree that looks like, is it smoldering or burning in the base of it, and then there's a city in the upper boughs of it? Oh, I like the Micro City with the sort of stalactite stalagmite arrangement. It reminds me of like Nerve or you know, the underground city in Evangelion. Yeah, but look at the scale. Yeah, it's fucking huge. Well, I mean, you know, the scale is such that... What is this, like 0.5 millimeter scale? 0.2? Maybe? Since I'm assuming these are full-size buildings? Yeah, and it looks like it's almost on fire down here. There's like a smoldering, burning... Yeah, New Tokyo. Neo Tokyo. Wait, Tokyo 2? Tokyo 3? Which one was it? I don't remember. I haven't watched that in a long time. This is interesting, though. It's like it's almost on fire on the inside and just slowly smoldering. At least that's what I'm getting from it. That, or there's just like a reactor built in the base down there. What is this for? Commission piece done at Warcast Studios for major construction sculpting. Okay. Hang on. I'm going to pull this up in another window, and I'm going to take a closer look at it because I'm very interested in this Bug King. Really nice work. That whole thing is so damn huge. I love the overall look of it. Really comes together so damn well. Very nice. Very nice indeed. Here we have from Kaylee, the boys are nearly done. A light glamour shot of everyone all together. Oh, the 3 in front and center being all that's left to finish with gray, metal, and cockpit glass. The home stretch is the best part. Yeah, I like I like doing finishing touches. I get myself to the point of doing it so damn rarely anymore, and yet it is the feeling that I'm chasing, I suppose. Been a really enjoyable experience up until now, motivated by making sure I have something to put in the storm report. I am so glad that it has had some positive effect for you, Kaylee. Really happy I've gotten feedback from everyone through this process. Look forward to the next one after this. One more picture of these guys completely done this week, and damn, I'm looking forward to seeing it. And that is the project finally checked off. Thank you so much for the encouragement so far. I continue to be impressed at the work you manage with craft paints of all things. I want to put some differently formulated paints in your hands to see what you're capable of with them, Kaylee. Very much. But damn. It's like a nice kind of terracotta red. It's very pleasant. Lovely. Lovely sort of light overall. And you have, you have the necessary mechs in here. It's not sort of light if you don't have the dragon and the Hatamoto. As discussed. Kaylee, really, it is an absolute pleasure to see your work, and the purpose of the Storm Report is very much to continue motivating all of us to keep moving forward. So the fact that it has had that effect for you means mission accomplished. I can ask for no greater compliment. Haven't moved away from apple barrels with my miniature painting. In such small scale, they don't hurt to use as much. Yeah, no, they're as I said, it is a poor craftsman who blames his tools. It is certainly possible to do well with them. I would say that using paints that are better formulated, you're going to have an even easier time than most people do. Here we have from POW Rogue. The previous pic I tried to upload was deemed naughty by my bot. That's just Discord. Discord will deem pictures naughty if I have, like, my finger in them too much. Like, oh, that phallic object is unacceptable. Gonna try and work the helmet in Blender and see if I can get a left soft gumdrop look. What? Left soft gumdrop? What in God's name could that mean? For the Juggernaut helmet? So I've been following this work on Instagram and absolutely loving it. This is a big improvement. He's definitely looks a little funky on the bare arms, but now that you've started adding in these little armor breaks in here, the whole look and the texture is starting to come through. Definitely got the angry face on the Juggernaut down. I almost feel like the base of the helmet should be wider and the curvature a little softer, but man, this is your Juggernaut, so I'm going to leave that to you. Yeah, it's kind of like the way Colossus's skin is, but yeah, it could just be armor plating in general, Drakari. I don't know that we ever saw the finished version of the 6-armed lizard that you did from Book of Boba Fett. I would love to see the final renders on that, or if we did, I apologize. Maybe I just forgot them, which would be embarrassing. All in all, nice work on this Juggernaut. The Unstoppable Colossus. I want to see this bad boy printed out. Oh yeah. Would you go with them as replacement bottles as you use stuff from pending Wayward Paints? Yeah, that's probably a good move. Which, by the way, yeah, we finally got the whites and the blacks on their way to me. So as soon as those get here, Kaylee, which should be in the immediate future, because I'm pretty sure they're in the mail, I'll be turning a box around and that'll be headed your way. I'll hit you with tracking number when that happens. MCP is a whole thing going on for them. Do they really? I haven't been paying any attention to MCP for a while now. It's interesting that so many sculptors have gotten involved in that game, though. Voxel Forge. Really good-looking Juggernaut, man. So beefy. So beefy. Here we have from Vergatarung. Finished up 2 more bases of infantry and the other 5 pilots on the little bases I made. More infantry to come. May start modeling the mono-wheel motorized platoon soon. That is so... oh my god, so many M's. Only 2 of them, but... no, I guess 3. Modeling the mono-wheel motorized platoon. Ah, I love seeing the infantry balancing precariously on top of the heliostats. Little individual fellows here. Little individual pilots on their adorable little hex bases. Like, at this point, there's not even a reason for their bases to be hexes. Little pilots. Ew, they just are. It just fits the motif. Not just crab, but king crab. God damn, Vergatarung. What is there left for me to say about your work? It excites me every single time that I see it. Your table is so badass looking. You've done more of my terrain better than I have. You've added in more interesting pieces that you've done yourself. Your rivers, your forests, your alien plants. Such great looking Comstar, particularly with all the dirt, the weathering up on the legs. Teeny tiny little pilots on their own teeny tiny little hex bases. They're so cute. They're so damn cute for Gadaron. That's the best thing I can say about them. That's going to be my big compliment for you today is cute, bro. Very cute. More infantry to come. I'm interested to see the monowheel motorized platoon. That's going to be interesting. Here we have from Automat Americana. Yet another new project. Yeah, haven't painted any of these. Haven't been able to get any in hand to paint. Anyway, this one's official. It is mostly official. Gonna do a custom variant as well. Anyway, with it being official, I'm gonna keep what exactly it is secret until it's done again. I'll tell you though, some of these shapes have already been total nightmares to work with. It has a bit of the like Marauder 2 thing going on. You know, we got a lot of printers. We have a lot of printers, a lot of people with printers in the Discord. I don't know if you've reached out to any of them, Automat, but I'm fairly sure if you don't already have somebody printing your stuff, we could find somebody to get that on the plate and get that sent out to you, dude. You have done some very interesting work recently, and I would love to put some of it actually in your hands so you can put some paint on your own work. And I'm excited to see how this comes out. I like the barrel with the 3 fins on it. That's pretty neat. Always excited to see your work come to fruition, Automat. So don't be shy. Is it the weirdo with the arms attached to the leg joints? Since we can't see anything here. I mean, you know, it's possible that these serve both, that it's got shoulder hips. I'm not sure. I guess we'll have to wait and see. Here we have from White Wolf. Work continues with rewiring Formbot's wiring harness. Although I still have another 10 crimps or so to go before I call this section done. I probably should have printed off the wiring references, but that requires a printer. They're going down to Staples and paying to have such done. In -20 weather. Ouch. Good lord. Yeah, I'll take the frustrations of having to walk back and forth from printer to computer monitors every now and then. Doubly so, since it gives my tired eyes a break here and there. And lets you stretch your legs and get that blood flowing too. Would be a lot easier to do all this crimping if it wasn't for my eyes bugging out on a semi-regular basis this weekend. There's so much buildup. So much buildup and so much hype, White Wolf. Your first Benchy had better be perfect. The finest Benchy that has ever been printed. That is... I expect no less. No less. We'll allow one failed Benchy for tuning purposes. One. But then I expect the ultimate Benchy. And since we get 2 today, here's a project I've been getting various bits sorted out for. Not quite sure when I'll start painting it, but hopefully soon, since I've always wanted to paint up Anubis. Archvillain Games Anubis Alternate Pose. Ooh. And with a cool base, no less. With like the broken Sphinx statue and columns and everything. Really very detailed. Look at all this. Got like a Jafar-style snake staff with an Ankh on top of it and everything. Holy moly. I don't believe I've seen this mini from Archvillain. I've seen a number of Archvillain Games minis, but I have not seen this Anubis. And looking at the way that the fabric is done, this is exactly what I'm talking about when I said I printed the red that we're going to paint, the transistor red. This is exactly what I mean when I say that I wish the fabric had been more like this, where it's just thickened up by a few millimeters, which isn't necessarily the most realistic, but oh my god, does it ever print, handle, and paint better. Archvillain Games really, really know what the hell they're doing when it comes to printing for people to actually handle and paint. I'll be excited to see that get done. Here we have from Kev Tankerous Miniatures. Since I forgot we got 2, this was turn 8 of the game. Down the Koshian Hellbringer, but it nixed the Warhammer and the catapult. Had nixed the Warhammer and the catapult was out of range and a turn away from completing withdrawal. Blackjack and Wolfhound versus King Crab and Hollander, grossly outmatched. Yeah! I mean, the Hollander... I mean, the King Crab is bad enough. The Hollander is just adding insult to injury. King Crabs are not to be fucked with for the most part. That sounds rough. Yeah. Demand a picture of the Benji actually floating in water, too. I agree with Data Nerd. I do. I'm just so happy to see some games actually getting played. I like these little... Are these, like, printed stat cards? I don't think I've seen this format before. For mech sheets. Those look pretty cool. Did you do those yourself? Cavtrankerous, I demand to know more about your mech sheets. Oh, those are the Destiny mech. Oh, that's right. He said Mech Warrior Destiny. Oh, my God. My brain is working so well, and I'm paying so much attention. I haven't even looked. I own the Mech Warrior Destiny book, and I haven't looked inside of it enough to recognize the Destiny mech sheet. Okay. The Lord of all Crabs. That has been my friend through many ages. Again, Cavtrankerous, I'm just glad somebody's out there actually playing games. So many of us have gone way too long without getting together at any game shops and actually rolling some dice. But that is going to bring us to the end of tonight's Storm Report, and, as you might expect, the end of tonight's stream. Alright, let's figure out who we're raiding. Let's get a raid started up. Yeah, let me take a look. Let me take a look and see who's doing what. Oh, Skelebee's painting some Warhammer. Sarah is painting. I'm not sure what she's working on. 46 and 2. Teal Security. Goblin Welder's playing some Darkest Dungeon. Wombat Combat Prime. Blah, 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 blah. Wombat Combat Prime is playing Total War Warhammer. Oh, Teal Security is working on Infinity. What would you guys prefer, Skelebee or Teal Security? Those are your choices. Literally the first person to choose one is directing the raid. What's Skella working on? It looks like she's doing bases for her Tau. Yeah, I'm thinking Teals. I'm thinking we haven't raided Teals for a little while. And I do like making him my Sunday raid when I have the chance. He's working on some Infinity figures, and ooh, that looks nice. Very, very cool. Let's go ahead and get that started. Get it rolling. Folks, thank you. Thank you so much for joining me tonight. I know that we didn't quite meet our goal of finishing this entire model in one session, but we got real close, and we're definitely speeding up and getting more confident with these methods. I feel sure that as we do a couple more streams like this, we'll be able to hit that goal by the time we're done with these Mounted Squires. We certainly almost got there with the Household Knights. So, you know, just a little better. Just a little better every model. That's what we're going for. Not letting the perfect be the enemy of the good. Knowing when to move on, knowing when to just finish and take the lessons we learned from our mistakes forward into more figures. That is our theme right now. We're gonna keep doing it. We're gonna keep doing it on February the 22nd. I'm gonna be painting up one of these here Battle Masters, my own design, 3D printed Battle Masters for Battletech in the classic Dougram style. In oil. Thursday the 24th, we'll be back starting on another Household Night because I need to do more of those. Saturday the 26th is our Discord movie night. I haven't put up a poll for that yet. I'll make sure that I get that done so we can decide what we're actually going to watch. And then Sunday the 27th, we'll be starting on and doing another Mounted Squire. Thank you to everybody who contributed to the Storm Report tonight. I absolutely love seeing your work, and I'm so glad that it motivates. And a huge thank you, as always, to my amazing mods. I gotta get going, so until next time, keep on painting.